Chapter 609. Are we going to make a move? Glancing at the contents of the note, Portia immediately put away her cynical expression, replaced by seriousness and vigilance. She still hadn't forgotten the situation she had scouted last night, especially that terrifying warrior. Anyone would feel breathless at the thought of facing him head-on. Andre's eyes revealed a deep and wise light. He nodded without hesitation. Yes, we are going to make a move. Go and inform Fiona and Mabel. I'm going to bring them to see the big scene. Understood. Portia did not ask why he wanted to bring the rookie siblings, nor did she ask who would be involved. She knew that she might be a little clever, but she would never be able to compete with him in the big picture. Moreover, after getting along with him for a long time, she gradually got used to following Andre's command. There were even a few times when she could not help but find time to talk about the strange things she found in the stolen jewelry. 10 minutes later, the fully armed Mabel and Fiona appeared in front of Andre. They were uniformly wearing freshly forged metal half-body armor, neck guards, knee guards, arm guards, and boots inlaid with iron plates on their feet. Mabel, who was the elder brother, held a heavy warhammer in one hand and a medium-sized shield in the other. He wore a fully enclosed helmet that could cover his entire face. He basically looked like a heavy armored warrior. He was dressed like this mainly because he could use the advantage of brute force. Moreover, using the warhammer did not require too much skill. He only needed to swing it and smash it down. It was simple and violent. As for the younger sister, Fiona, she held a small spiked mace in one hand and a portable small round shield in the other hand. 4 fully loaded flintlocks were inserted at her waist. She wore a helmet on her head that did not cover her face at all. She was dressed like this not so much for battle, but to better stay away from danger. After all, before completing the systematic priest training, the girl could only hide behind her teammates and bless them with 1 or 2 divine spells. Looking at the nervous faces of the two, Andre could not help but smile and shake his head. He comforted them. Relax. This operation is not as dangerous as you think. If it goes well, we don't even need to do anything. But to be on the safe side, I still had to warn them before we set off to prevent unnecessary casualties. First of all, no matter what, you are not allowed to act on your own. Even if you want to go to the woods to relieve yourself, you have to tell me first. Secondly, don't talk to anyone during the whole operation. No matter what they ask, you just need to remain silent. Third, if you find that the situation is not good, do not continue to fight. Immediately listen to my orders and retreat. Do not care about the lives of others. Are all of you clear on these 3 points? I heard you clearly, but aren't those who are working with us our allies? I'm afraid it's not very good for us to treat our allies like this, right? Mabel clearly didn't quite understand why they didn't save her. However, before Andre could explain, Mia, who was standing at the side, sneered, "Ha ha ha! Allies? I have to say, you are really naive. The people involved in tonight's operation are not our allies, but our future enemies. Master now wants to weaken them through fierce battles and then completely eradicate them at the right time." You mean we have to join forces with a group of future enemies? Mabel opened her mouth wide in surprise. With her pitiful intelligence, she couldn't understand the complicated situation at hand. Fiona, who knew a little of the inside story, immediately pulled her brother, indicating that he should stop foolishly asking questions. After dealing with the siblings, Andre turned his gaze to the feline girl who had a cold and murderous look in her eyes. He warned her in a very strict tone, "Mia, stay here tonight and don't go anywhere. Look after the captives in the basement. If I find out that you left your post without permission, you should know the consequences very well." He could see that her emotions were once again hovering on the edge of losing control. The anger of hatred devoured her mind. If the enemy appeared in front of her, she would definitely rush up and fight to the death. Ding-ling-ling, a melodious bell suddenly rang in the quiet warehouse. There was no doubt that Andre's strength had aroused Mia's fierce resistance. The little bell on her neck sounded the alarm. Perhaps a few hours ago, Andre would have some scruples, but now he quickly reached out his hand without warning and grabbed the feline girl's neck. His fingertips instantly released a dazzling white arc, directly electrifying the defenseless Mia. A large water stain quickly appeared near her lower body. It was obvious that she had lost control of her bowels. After recovering his sorcerer's ability, the Ring of Displacement Beast was no longer a simple decoration, but a powerful magic equipment, not to mention the teleportation ability that made close combat professionals feel despair. Just the paralyzing electric current alone was very practical. The sudden change frightened the other people in the room, and they hurriedly took a few steps back for fear of being accidentally affected. Portia, who had always thought that Andre was a close combat professional, had a look of disbelief in her eyes. She couldn't believe what she saw at all. Although the siblings had long known that Andre was a sorcerer, they had never seen the strong visual impact of arcane spells before. They couldn't help but feel awe and fear in their hearts. To them, this was already not much different from the power of the gods. As for Mia, who was enjoying the electric shock, she could no longer think properly. Her eyes kept rolling up, and it looked like she would lose consciousness soon. Humph. Remember, this is the last time you cross my bottom line. If there's a next time, I don't mind turning you into a real pet. After saying that, Andre threw the half-unconscious feline girl heavily to the ground. He didn't have the slightest bit of tenderness for the fairer sex. This was because he knew that every time the bell rang, it meant that she wanted to kill him in her heart. He naturally wouldn't have any good attitude towards people who wanted to kill him. Ugh. Cough, 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 cough. Mia, who struggled to get up from the ground, first vomited, then began to cough violently. The electric current just now had caused her muscles and internal organs to violently contract, causing her to be unable to stand steadily. Her whole body looked shaky, and it took a full 2 to 3 minutes for her pupils to begin to focus again. When she completely regained her consciousness and ability to think, she immediately retreated to the corner of the wall in horror. She looked like a kitten that had been provoked, or a helpless girl that was about to be violated. She cried out involuntarily, You're actually a sorcerer. How? How is this possible? Didn't the report say that you're a warrior with superb swordsmanship? Chapter 610. Information? Who gave you the information? Is it Kent? Ha 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 ha. No, my dear Mia, that's just my disguise, a facade used to confuse the enemy. My real power comes from arcane magic, from knowledge, from the omnipresent energy. I'm a mage. After saying that, Andre stretched out his hands, and in just a few seconds completed an extremely complicated spell-casting movement and incantation. Instantly, a complex circular pattern appeared on the ground, followed by a dazzling, colorful light. Soon, a monster with a mouth full of sharp teeth, a huge main eye, and 4 tentacle-like eye stalks appeared on the spot. It was his magic pet, the Eye of the Pearl. With the successful summoning, the magic pet's information quickly appeared on his retina. Name: Small Eyes Race. Pearl Eye Magic Creature. Alignment: Neutral Evil Profession. Magic Pet Level 9. This creature's level increases as the Master's Mage level increases. Health points: 3434. Healthy special abilities: Cold Ray, 24 shots per day. Damage Ray, 12 shots per day. Immune to charm-type spells, innate magic resistance, flying mastered specialties. Vigilance. Nimble movement. It could be said that Small Eye's magic rays alone were enough to destroy an elite mercenary group of more than 30 people, especially the 12 rays of damage every day. Once a low-level close combat professional was hit, there was no chance of survival at all. Ah! As soon as the summoning was completed, Small Eyes, who hadn't seen its master for a long time, immediately flew over and cried out excitedly. From time to time, it used its meatball-like body to rub around, just like a spoiled child. Andre patted the magic pet's head lightly and comforted it with a smile. "All right, I know you're a little lonely after not summoning for a long time." Pearl, I was an immature beholder. Although it was still an evil magic creature, its intelligence was very low, and its thoughts were very simple. Compared to the little demons that often killed their masters, their loyalty was unquestionable. Obviously, the appearance of the magic pet dispelled the last trace of doubt in everyone's mind. They finally believed that the young man in front of them was definitely a mage, and judging from his small eyes and ferocious appearance, his level was definitely not too low. Fear. Mia felt fear from the bottom of her heart. In her childhood, she had been treated extremely cruelly and coldly by Uhtred. No matter how she resisted or tried to escape, it was all to no avail. This had left a severe psychological shadow in her, and she had developed an intense fear towards the mage profession. If her previous mentality was to pretend to obey and then find a chance to escape, then now she could only tremble helplessly. In just a few minutes, the unruly assassin had turned into a docile little animal. His entire body was curled up into a ball, and he even took the initiative to transform into a cat-human form. He looked quite pitiful. Just as Andre was about to say something, Portia had snuck over. She poked Small Eye's body with her finger and exclaimed, "Wow, wow, wow. This was too surprising. What was this chubby monster? Its teeth are so sharp, it must be very powerful when it bites people, right?" It had to be said that the halfling's boldness and curiosity were vividly displayed in her. Normal people would have run as far as they could when they saw the Eye Devil's appearance. However, she actually dared to come closer and take a closer look. Awoo! Small Eyes was quite dissatisfied with being poked. He opened his mouth wide and wanted to bite off that annoying finger. Unfortunately, although he was fast, he was still not as fast as a high-level rogue. As a result, he pounced on nothing. He glared angrily and seemed to be ready to shoot a magic ray. Hee, how interesting. Can you lend it to me to play for 2 days? Portia did not know that she was in trouble, and she still had an excited smile on her face. But a second later, she couldn't smile anymore. One of Small Eye's eyes suddenly released a strong white light. Immediately after, a cold energy flew out and went straight for the halfling rogue's chest. Fortunately, her reaction was fast enough and her dexterity was high enough. She immediately rolled on the ground and barely avoided being hit directly. However, the rogue's tool bag hanging on her waist was not so lucky. It was directly frozen into a lump of ice by the ultra-low temperature. Looking at the battered and exhausted appearance of the big-breasted lowly, Andre hurriedly stopped the magic pet from chasing after her. He held back his laughter and asked, "How is it? Do you still want to borrow it to play for 2 days? Damn it, this little monster of yours is actually a magical creature?" Portia quickly jumped up from the ground and shook off the dust on her body. She stared at Small Eyes and cursed while gnashing her teeth. To be honest, if not for the fact that she was not mentally prepared beforehand, she would not have been so embarrassed. It was difficult to hit a nimble halfling rogue unless she continuously released rays. Ha ha ha! Don't you know? Even if a mage's magic pet is an ordinary animal, it will gain some supernatural abilities the moment it becomes a magic pet. Take this as a lesson. I hope you will be careful the next time you meet a spellcaster. Also, don't put your hand in my pocket again. It won't be good if you trigger a magic trap. After saying that, Andre lowered his head and stared at the little hand that was fumbling around in his pocket. Due to the halfling's active nature, Portia had tried to steal something from him more than once. Although most of the time she returned without success, he felt that it was better to scare her. Otherwise, if she suddenly found that she could not find a magical item or scroll during a battle, it would be a big joke. Hee, this is a misunderstanding. I just felt that your pocket was a little messy and wanted to help tidy it up. Seeing that her theft was exposed again, Portia laughed dryly and retracted her arm, cleverly retreating to the side. After the halfling, who was the most noisy, quietened down, Andre turned his attention back to the cat girl in the corner. Perhaps his attitude was too rough, or perhaps the trauma of the past had surged into her heart again. In short, Mia's body was trembling more and more violently. Her furry, pointy ears were drooping down, and the fur on her tail was all standing up. She was breathing rapidly. As a transmigrator from the era of information explosion, Andre knew that this was a sign that one's nerves were stretched to the limit, so he did not continue to provoke her. Instead, he put on a friendly expression, squatted down, and asked softly, "Mia, tell me, will you make a similar mistake in the future?" "No, I won't. I promise there won't be a next time. I beg you to let me go for the last time." Mia shook her head with all her might. She spoke quickly and anxiously, and there seemed to be a slight tremor in her voice. Chapter 611. Mia truly felt that her life was threatened this time. If the electric current had been a little stronger or lasted a little longer, it would have definitely caused her heart to stop. She would have completely lost her life in 3 to 5 minutes, and her soul would have left her body and gone to another world. There was no intelligent life in the world that did not fear death. Furthermore, she had personally experienced the feeling of impending death a few minutes ago. Normal people would definitely not experience that kind of cold and fuzzy pain again in such a short period of time. Very well, I'll let it go this time, but remember our previous agreement. Don't challenge my bottom line again and again, and don't have any thoughts of killing me. I believe we'll get along very well this way, right? Andre finished speaking and reached out to stroke Mia's furry ears, as though he was stroking his own pet cat. He did not have the slightest bit of respect for her at all. This was because he had already discovered Mia's most fatal weakness. At the same time, he also understood that it was far from enough to show such a person a friendly side. He had to brand fear and respect into the depths of her soul. Otherwise, she would never be completely subdued. Yes, Mia had completely lost her usual pride at this moment. The fear of death had shattered her self-esteem, and she allowed others to stroke her as though she was a pet. Live on, I must not anger this terrifying young man in front of me. This was the only thought left in her mind. However, she did not know what it meant to submit this time, nor did she know what kind of evil training plan Andre had formed in his mind. So, obedient. I like obedient girls, and I like subordinates and servants who obey orders unconditionally. Accompany Little Eyes well and take good care of the captive. Don't give me any more trouble. Although Andre's voice was soft, his actions were gentle, and the smile on his face seemed harmless. In Mia's eyes, this was the kindness of the devil. She even believed that if she did anything that disobeyed his orders, she would immediately be turned into a sieve by the terrifying magic rays. Seeing that fear had taken root and sprouted in Mia's heart, Andre did not continue to force her. He stood up and gave a few orders through the telepathic connection between a mage and his magical pet. He then said to the other three, looking at the time, "We should be setting off. It's a new moon tonight, and I believe there will be rivers of blood later." I've long been prepared. Let's go, the majestic Mr. Great Mage. After a brief moment of shock, Bordia quickly returned to normal. She didn't change her attitude because of her profession and joked around as usual. In contrast, the siblings' reactions were much more restrained. They put away their weapons in a slight panic, wrapped themselves in cloaks, and followed closely behind. The distance from the old warehouse to the outskirts of the city wasn't too far, but in order to avoid a few of the more bustling streets, they purposely took a big detour. After all, this was a sensitive period. If they walked on the streets fully armed, they would easily attract the attention of the underground guilds. Unless they were looking for trouble, as long as they weren't idiots, they would know to avoid them. In the woods 5 kilometers away from the North Gate, more than 300 elites had gathered. Among them were experienced mercenaries, fierce pirates, thieves who were proficient in stealth and assassination, and archers with heavy crossbows. They were the most elite forces of ShadowNet on this island, and each of them was led by the 7 legs. Of course, Carmen, who had just joined, was still a general without an army. She didn't even have a single subordinate. However, at this moment, she attracted the most attention. Many energetic men already felt their pants swell, and the green light in their eyes was very scary. "Carmen, can't you change into something more normal? Why do you have to dress up like a bitch? Do you really like the feeling of being raped by looks?" Perhaps it was because he had waited for too long, or perhaps it was because he was unwilling to be played by a woman. But in any case, David finally couldn't help but stand up. He used a tone full of malice to mock Carmen in an attempt to regain some face for himself. Unfortunately, Carmen was a succubus with no sense of shame. She didn't feel ashamed at all. Instead, she lifted her skirt and used her high heels to gently lift the neck of one of David's subordinates. She asked in a seductive voice, "Baby, do you think I'm beautiful?" Gulp. The muscular pirate swallowed his saliva and nodded subconsciously. "Beautiful. You're extremely beautiful. This is the first time I've seen a woman as beautiful as you." "Hee, you really know how to talk. I like your compliments, and I like your broad chest even more. How about it? Are you interested in discussing life with me in a place with no one around?" As she spoke, Carmen's toes that were wearing transparent stockings moved up and slowly reached into the pirate's mouth. The pitiful pirate didn't know what kind of terrifying monster he was facing. He greedily licked his toes while he breathed heavily and replied, "Of course. I don't think any man in this world can refuse your invitation." "Then what are you waiting for? Come with me." As soon as she finished speaking, Carmen glanced at David with disdain. She pulled the pirate's hand and disappeared into the forest. Not long after, there were bursts of heavy breathing and ecstatic moans. Especially in the silent night, the slapping sounds were simply unbearable. "Damn it! This damn bitch! I'll make her pay one day." David pulled out his long sword and viciously slashed at the bush beside him to vent his anger. He was very clear that Carmen's actions just now were to humiliate him, and it was an undisguised humiliation. Not only did she lure away an important subordinate, but she also hinted that he was inferior to a pirate in certain aspects. How could anyone tolerate this? No man would tolerate such humiliation. But unfortunately, he knew that he was no match for her in a one-on-one fight. He could only vent his anger on the plants and trees. Just thinking about it made him feel aggrieved. Seeing David lose his composure, a trace of contempt appeared on Grace's face. She immediately whispered to her allies beside her, "I think we should be prepared to abandon this idiot. He's now completely in the palm of Carmen's hand. Not only is he unable to play his role, he might even drag us down." "You're right. Let's wait until the naval battle is over. There are many young pirates who admire David's way of doing things, so he still has a lot of value." Kent was also quite dissatisfied with David's recent performance, but he knew that now wasn't the best time to get rid of him. Chapter 6:12. In the summer, the climate in the south was hot and humid. Coupled with the harassment of various mosquitoes, staying in the woods was a rather torturous thing. Not to mention, there was the constant sound of obscene sounds ringing in their ears. Not long after, the pirates with relatively poor discipline couldn't stand it anymore. They all looked at their captain, as if asking if they could move a little. However, it was a pity that Kent gave them a cold glare, scaring them into shrinking their necks. They had a deep understanding of the Seawolf's reputation and brutality, so they didn't dare to disobey him. Fortunately, the moans didn't last for too long. After only 5 minutes, Carmen came out of the woods with a flushed face. There wasn't a trace of disheveled clothes or disgusting things like mucus on her body. It was as if she just went to practice her voice. More importantly, the poor pirate didn't come back. David obviously noticed this, and he immediately glared and asked loudly, "Where are my men? What did you do to my man?" "Hee, are you talking about that useless wretch? Sorry, he has already gone to another world in extreme happiness." Carmen stroked her smooth face and replied with a smile, "Slut, you dare to kill my man." David only felt blood rushing to his head. His two fierce eyes immediately turned red, and the hand holding the sword began to tremble slightly, because this was no longer an insult in the ordinary sense, but a provocation in front of everyone. If he couldn't respond, then in the eyes of his allies and enemies in the future, he would be a weak coward who could be bullied. He would never be able to hold his head up high. "Kill. Ha 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 ha. Please don't make it sound so bad. He went with me willingly. He also enjoyed the deep interaction, so he killed himself. I didn't even touch a finger of his." As a summoned succubus, Carmen's mission was to provoke internal discord, so she directly added fuel to the fire without thinking. As this sentence blurted out, the last thread of rationality in David's brain finally collapsed. He swung his long sword and rushed forward, wanting to cut Carmen in half. But before he could get close, Teresa suddenly pulled out her dagger and blocked his path. "What are you trying to do?" she warned sternly. "What are you trying to do? The net weaver said that infighting is forbidden. Have you forgotten what happened to Mia? Out of the way. Otherwise, I'll kill you too." At this moment, David no longer had any fear. He only wanted to kill Carmen. As for what would happen after that, who cares? "Kill me? You really boast shamelessly. Let's see who can kill who." Teresa, who was controlling the assassin, sneered and exuded a dangerous aura all over her body. Fatty, who was sitting not far from her, also stood up. His hands began to show signs of condensing magic energy. From the way he cast spells, there was no doubt that he was a sorcerer. Seeing that the three of them were about to attack David, Kent and Grace's faces immediately darkened. They drew their weapons and stepped forward, even though they were very dissatisfied with this idiot to the point of abandoning him. It wasn't up to outsiders to interfere. 2 factions, 6 legs, plus the subordinates they brought. In a short 10 seconds or so, the hostile atmosphere quickly spread. Carmen, with his outstanding acting skills, finally intensified the hidden contradictions. Now, as long as there was a spark, the two sides would immediately fight. Seeing this scene, Uhtred, who had been sitting on the side without saying a word, immediately revealed an imperceptible sneer. He didn't have the slightest intention of stopping them. He even had his mercenaries retreat and give up the battlefield. Herman noticed the old mage's actions and immediately stared at him and asked, "You don't intend to interfere?" "Interfere? Why should I care?" Uhtred shrugged his shoulders with a playful smile. "Don't worry, they won't dare to really make a move. Otherwise, when the net weaver comes, each of them will have to bear the consequences. Perhaps some god heard his words, or perhaps it was just a coincidence." In short, when the conflict was about to erupt, a few figures suddenly appeared in the forest not far away. Before they could see clearly who they were, they heard a familiar voice from afar. "Who can explain to me what's going on? If I remember correctly, I just finished dealing with a conflict this morning and severely punished an important member. Don't tell me your memories are like fish in water, only a few seconds. How can you forget it so quickly? As the voice got closer and closer, the figure walking at the front gradually became clear. It was Andre himself. His outfit today was completely different from the morning. He only wore a light adventurer's outfit and didn't carry any protective equipment. It looked more like he was on an outing than participating in a dangerous raid. After all, after returning to the mage profession, anything too heavy could cause the casting of a spell to fail. Unless they went through a series of strict training, mages and warlocks wouldn't easily wear armor. It had to be said that Andre's timing was very good. He immediately made the hostile atmosphere disappear. A few seconds ago, the six legs were still nervously confronting each other, hurriedly kneeling on one knee. Especially the one who caused the conflict, David, his whole body was soaked in sweat. He was so nervous that even his breathing was as careful as possible. Dull, oppressive. Everyone present couldn't help but lower their heads. They all knew that the young man in front of them was the web weaver sent by the higher-ups and had the power to decide their lives. Just when everyone had sunk into silence, Uhtred suddenly stood up and shot a glance at his traitorous subordinates. With a fake smile, he bowed and said, "Hee, honorable sire, I think I can explain the cause, process, and result of this matter to you. Then explain it. Try to make it as simple as possible. I don't have time to listen to a long story. Just tell me who is the one who caused the conflict." Andre deliberately pretended to be impatient. The sharp light in his eyes made everyone present tremble in fear. "As you wish." Uhtred bowed again, then pointed at David and said, "The cause of the conflict is him. His childishness and impulsiveness are the main culprits behind all this." "No, it's not me. It's Carmen. She was the one who provoked me first." Realizing that Uhtred wanted to push the blame on him, David immediately raised his head and loudly defended himself. Because of Mia's precedent in the morning, he didn't want to follow in her footsteps. Chapter 6:13. Andre stared at David's slightly flustered and agitated expression for a full minute. He quickly turned to Carmen, who was kneeling on the other side. "Madam, do you have any explanation for this accusation?" "Explanation? Why should I explain? He's just a pitiful wretch that I abandoned, a despicable person full of jealousy, greed, and irresponsibility. I just found a strong man to have some fun with in the woods, and he was so angry that he wanted to kill him. Don't you think that a person who dares to cause trouble in the face of a powerful enemy should be severely punished? The succubus was indeed a demon who was best at manipulating people's hearts." In just a short sentence, she displayed her ability to distort the truth to the fullest. Looking at David's face that was as red as a pig's liver, it was obvious that he was about to explode in anger. Not only was his teeth grinding, but the veins on his neck were also visible. He looked so ferocious that it was as if he was about to pounce and eat someone. Seeing this scene, Andre immediately had a general understanding of the entire conflict. At the same time, he also understood that this pitiful guy in front of him must have fallen into someone else's trap. He was completely an unlucky victim. However, as the saying goes, there was no such thing as fairness in the world. There was only the difference between the strong and the weak. Whoever had the bigger fist would be the righteous and the right. There was no doubt that the right and the right were on Carmen's side, and David had become a complete loser. Even his allies, Kent and Grace, were not willing to say a good word for him. At this point, Andre did not need to think too much. He smiled and spread out his hands. "Seems like the result is very obvious, isn't it? Dear David, I'm very sorry, but you're out." As soon as he finished speaking, the executioner, Herman, who had been waiting by the side, suddenly went berserk. He used his thick arms to tighten David's neck from behind. His muscles were as hard as a rock. No matter how hard David struggled, it was useless. In just a few minutes, David's legs fell to the ground, and his eyes rolled back. Obviously, Herman did not intend to kill anyone. Seeing that David had fainted, he immediately released his arm and gave Andre a simple and honest smile. Then, he silently retreated to the side. His expression and actions were just like an honest farmer. It was hard to associate him with a cold-blooded executioner. "Thank you, Herman." Andre also nodded lightly at the brawny man. Immediately after, he turned around and asked Uhtred, "How do you think we should deal with David?" The old mage glanced at the unlucky fellow who was unconscious, and a sinister smile appeared on his wrinkled face. "He. Sir, since we're about to launch a fierce sneak attack on the enemy, I personally think we can make use of this trash. Use magic to control this idiot's head and let him charge at the front. If he's lucky enough to survive, then he can avoid punishment." Uhtred didn't hide the hatred in his eyes, as well as his intention to take revenge on the traitor. He knew that Andre had been trying to take back some of his authority, and as long as David died, there would be a power vacuum. It was the best opportunity to seize power. In the struggle for power, benefits would always come first. As long as there were common benefits, even if they were incompatible, they would still work together. Moreover, Andre had yet to reveal his intention to get rid of Uhtred. It could be said that the two of them had quietly completed a deal. The old mage promised not to touch the inheritance left behind by David after his death, and Andre agreed to let him complete this revenge. A very good suggestion. I think it's completely feasible. What about you guys? After getting what he wanted, the corners of Andre's mouth curled up slightly. He deliberately put on a very democratic appearance and asked for the opinions of the others. He also wanted to try and see if he could provoke the conflicts between the other members and Uhtred. As an outsider who came out of nowhere, the more intense the internal strife in the shadow net was, the more advantageous it would be for him. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to let an unknown demon or half-demon create chaos and scrupulously. Unfortunately, no one who could become a foot was a fool. They quickly hid their true thoughts and scrambled to add insult to injury. I completely agree. An idiot like David doesn't deserve to be one of us. I also agree. This isn't the first time he's provoked a conflict. He must be punished harshly. I have no objections. As an evil organization, the ShadowNet would never have the slightest bit of sympathy for the losers. Including Kent and Grace, everyone voted to send David to his death. In their opinion, this guy's death was much better than being roped in by others. At the very least, he wouldn't leak any of the secrets between the three of them. Andre looked at David with eyes full of pity and lightly shook his head. He then made an inviting gesture to Uhtred. "I think what's next is what you're best at. Come, professional matters should be left to professionals." He. You're truly a wise leader. It's my honor to be able to serve you. Please rest assured, I'll definitely let you see what a true professional is. Finished speaking, Uhtred placed one hand on his chest and slightly bowed. Soon after, he immediately fished out a small bottle of light purple liquid that kept bubbling up. A grim smile hung on his face as he poured the liquid into David's stomach. Soon after, he quickly began to chant an incantation. In a short few minutes, a chaotic and evil power began to rapidly spread throughout his body, especially his skin and muscles. They swelled at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, from a rather handsome man, he turned into a giant monster that was over 3 meters tall with light green skin. Pain. Unparalleled pain. This spell not only forcefully woke David from his coma, but also made him lose his reason. He struggled with all his might, as if he had gone mad. In just half a minute, a deep pit was dug out on the ground. But unfortunately, this kind of struggle couldn't alleviate any of the pain. Even his roars couldn't produce any sound. He could only vent his pain by destroying the surrounding flowers and trees. Fortunately, the process lasted for a short time. In less than 5 minutes, the fierce struggle began to slowly subside. After transforming, David seemed to have completely lost consciousness. He slowly got up from the ground and stood there with lifeless eyes. Saliva continuously flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Everyone present knew that even if he could survive the next battle, he would never be able to return to normal. Chapter 6:14. Ha 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 ha. Look, what a perfect creation. I knew that Cecil's advanced potion wouldn't disappoint. A powerful warrior who doesn't feel any pain and is fearless. I believe that with him paving the way, our surprise attack will be much smoother. At the very least, the number of casualties will be reduced to a relatively acceptable number. Looking at David, who had been transformed by the unknown potion and magic, Uhtred opened his arms wide and laughed impudently. His two fierce eyes glanced at the others from time to time, the threat in them self-evident. However, his threat didn't have any effect. Kent, whose ambition had long since swelled, met his gaze without showing any weakness. Teresa was also playing with the dagger in her hand, as if she hadn't seen anything. The atmosphere became extremely strange for a moment. Of course, the pirates under David were even stranger. Each and every one of them were scared, silly. They had never thought that their usually awe-inspiring captain would be transformed into a monster by magic just because of a single conflict. Their eyes couldn't help but reveal fear, afraid that they would end up in the same situation. Each and every one of them stood blankly in place, not knowing what to do. However, Andre didn't have the time to pay attention to these small fries. He immediately narrowed his eyes and asked Uhtred, "Cecil, are you talking about the necromancer who invented the ghost doll potion?" Without a doubt, this name had a special meaning to him. If there was something in Valen City that had to be destroyed, then Cecil and the magic potion he invented would undoubtedly be one of them. If Uhtred had some sort of close relationship with this guy, then Andre would have one more reason to get rid of him. "Are you talking about Cecil?" Of course I know him. To be exact, it was under my guidance that he developed such a cheap, yet shockingly effective magic potion. This bottle of potion is the latest advanced version developed through a large amount of experimental data. If you're interested, I can provide you with a little. Please believe me, this is absolutely the best choice for creating cannon fodder. Uhtred proudly displayed the results of his evil research, not noticing the murderous intent that flashed through Andre's eyes. He also didn't notice that the fingers hidden in his sleeves had started to twitch, almost unable to restrain himself from directly taking action. As a person who deeply understood the dark side of society, he was actually very clear that even in the information society with relatively high moral standards in his previous life, it was still filled with all kinds of horrifying tragedies. For example, a certain superpower that claimed to be free, democratic, and human rights had once used its own children to conduct all kinds of terrifying experiments, including radioactive ones. Many of the test subjects grew up and were affected to varying degrees, with some even becoming crippled. As for other countries, it was needless to say there would definitely be more, and not less. Of course, when conducting these experiments, they would first conduct some screening, eliminating the descendants of the social elites, and then select the children living at the bottom of the social hierarchy. After all, they belonged to the disadvantaged group, and not many people would pay attention to whether they lived or died. Just like a sarcastic saying, there was no humanity between politicians and fanatical scientists. The former only cared about results. As long as they could achieve their ultimate goal, they did not care how many people died. The latter could even sacrifice themselves in order to uncover the complicated principles, let alone others. Understanding was understanding, and accepting was accepting. This kind of approach was precisely what Andre couldn't accept. In his previous life, he was only an ordinary person and didn't have the strength to retaliate against the state. He could only curse a few irrelevant words in private, but now that he had a powerful supernatural power, he naturally wouldn't choose to continue enduring. Perhaps Uhtred still didn't know that he had stupidly offended an extremely sensitive nerve. Soon, he would pay a disastrous price for it. Silently taking a deep breath, Andre forced himself to calm down. He quickly adjusted his mood and nodded lightly. "Of course, please be sure to provide a few more bottles. You must know that I'm currently in need of a large amount of cannon fodder." He knew that now wasn't the time to act, at least not before the Pirate Alliance and the Underground Guild were destroyed. "Please rest assured, after I return, I'll have Cecil immediately produce a batch and send it to you. However, this kind of advancement medicine has a very high requirement for the user's physical fitness. At the very least, one has to be a melee fighter of rank 5 or above. I'm afraid it won't be easy to find." Uhtred thought that the other party had taken a fancy to the effects of the medicine, so he patiently explained the specific details. It seemed like he was trying to curry favor with the other party, but it also seemed like he was trying to display his strength. Perhaps Andre's sudden change in attitude and stance gave him the misconception that he was about to be put in an important position. He did his best to display his ability in an attempt to leave a good impression. "It doesn't matter. After a while, the war will officially begin. At that time, there will definitely be a considerable number of enemies. Don't you think that turning them into cannon fodder is a very worthwhile thing?" Andre deliberately concealed his killing intent and asked with a smile. "He, using enemies to kill enemies. There's nothing crueler than this in the world. Your wickedness and wisdom leave me in the dust." Uhtred hurriedly bent down and bowed with one hand on his chest, flattering him without batting an eyelid. As a mage, especially one who frequently played with schemes and plots, how could he not think of using enemies to create cannon fodder? The reason why he said this was merely a communication technique, to close the distance between them. Andre pretended to be impatient and waved his hand. "All right, I've already repeatedly emphasized that compared to verbal praise, I prefer to see actual actions. Now that the trouble has been dealt with, let's begin the attack. I can't wait to hear the screams and wails of the enemies." "As you wish." Uhtred didn't say any more superfluous words. After bowing once more, he immediately raised his hand and made a gesture to attack. David, who had transformed into a monster, let out a beast-like roar and immediately jumped up, madly running towards the distant cave. Along the way, he knocked down countless trees and forcibly opened up a small path in the underbrush. The elites from the Carriamere mercenary group followed closely behind. Not only were they fully armed, but they also carried ballistas and ladders that were usually used in sieges. It was obvious that they were going to storm the city. The others were clearly unwilling to let Uhtred steal the limelight and immediately had their subordinates follow, especially the assassins under Teresa's command. In the blink of an eye, they cleaned up the hidden sentries hidden in the treetops. The whole process didn't make the slightest sound. The assassins neatly stabbed their daggers into the enemy's back, so suddenly that the enemy didn't even know how he died. Chapter 6:15. Fast, efficient, hidden. This was the root of the shadow web's terror. The most powerful thing about the shadow web was that you never knew when, where, and on what scale you would be attacked. In addition, the shadow web would collect a lot of information before making a move. Basically, the moment the attack was launched, the shadow web had already sentenced the opponent to death. The early warning system set up by Black Blade whether it was a trap or a hidden sentry, was completely useless. It was completely destroyed in an instant. It couldn't even delay the attack. Perhaps to a certain extent, the shadow web was equivalent to a mixture of spies, special forces, and terrorist organizations on Earth, but they were more brutal and had no bottom line. They didn't have to consider the so-called political impact. As long as they could achieve their goal, they would do anything. Looking at the rapidly advancing team in front of him, Andre carefully observed, while asking the feet behind him, "I believe you have done a lot of research before making a move. Tell me, what are the chances of success of this operation?" "Your Excellency, if there are no accidents, there won't be a single fish that escapes the net tonight. According to the investigation of my spies, traces of human habitation began in the cave about 2 months ago, and there are no traces of vehicles or horses passing by. From this, we can judge that there must not be many people inside. After all, as long as they are human, they need to eat, drink, and defecate. There are not many wild animals around, nor is there an obvious water source. The daily necessities they need can only be purchased from the city. Since there are no traces of transportation, it means that the other party needs very little, so little that they can meet their basic physiological needs by transporting them. Therefore, I judge that the number of people inside should not be more than 15. With the elite forces gathered at the moment, no matter how powerful these people are, they won't be able to escape death." Triza's tone was full of confidence. As the person who controlled the most spies, she sent a large number of subordinates to conduct a comprehensive, three-dimensional investigation of the target after the meeting. Except for the fact that they didn't dare to enter the cave, they had already figured out the situation. But unfortunately, she apparently forgot the huge gap between high-end and low-end forces in this world. She also forgot that an organization that could quietly hide under the surveillance of the shadow web couldn't be too ordinary. Just when Monster David was the first to rush into the cave, it suddenly let out a scream. Then its body flew into the air like a kite with a broken string and slammed into a big tree. It then rolled and crawled on the ground for a few meters. The parts of its body that were rubbed against the ground were badly mutilated, and even its bones were exposed in serious places. Of course, this was not the scariest thing. The scariest thing was that his chest had completely collapsed, as if he had been hit by a battering ram. He lay on the ground motionless, clearly dead. It was hard to imagine. Teresa's confident expression froze on her face, and her eyes were filled with shock. Not only her, but the remaining members also sucked in a breath of cold air. Even the experienced and astute Uhtred's mouth twitched uncontrollably. After all, David was already a Tier 8 warrior. With the help of the magic potion, he would not be completely helpless against the hill giants. But just now, when he was charging at high speed, he was sent flying head-on. How powerful was that blow? At the very least, it had to be calculated in tons. As everyone knew, a normal adult man's basic strength attribute was about 10, and the strength of his punch could reach more than 100 kilograms. Even if a person who had reached the human limit of 18 used a heavy hammer, it would be very difficult to send David flying head-on. Without a doubt, the opponent was either a giant with infinite strength or a strong warrior with a profession level of 15 or above. No matter which one it was, the following battle would not be easy. Who was the one who said that if nothing unexpected happened, there would not be a single fish that escaped the net tonight? Seeing that David was dead, Andre did not show the slightest bit of panic. Instead, he showed a playful smile because he already knew who was in the cave. At the same time, he planned to use the other party's strength to teach the feet a lesson so that they would not think that they were so powerful all day long. Just as they were talking, an old man in his 50s slowly walked out of the cave. He was wearing a black metal breastplate that was covered in scratches. In one hand, he held a huge hammer that only an ordinary warrior could wield with both hands, while in the other, he dragged a meteor hammer. There was no protective equipment on his arms and legs, and there was no helmet on his head. His eyes were like that of a king's, filled with arrogance and pride. His two arms, in particular, were exceedingly muscular. They were exactly as Portia had described. There was no doubt that the person who would kill David was him, a high-grade warrior with terrifying strength. It had to be said that the appearance of this old man gave everyone in Shadow Net a great shock. The mercenaries and pirates, who were originally preparing to attack from behind, could not help but stop, as if they had been intimidated by the old man's imposing manner. Teresa took a deep breath and hurriedly knelt on one knee, saying, "I'm sorry, Your Excellency. I think I have to take back what I just said. Your judgment is correct. This organization is indeed not simple to actually send such a powerful warrior. But please don't worry. No matter how strong he is, he will die tonight. That's right. Please stay where you are and rest for a while. We will take care of this troublesome enemy for you." Kent also quickly stood up and expressed his attitude. As high-grade members of ShadowNet, they might have internal strife and struggle for power, but they would never hold each other back when dealing with outsiders. Thus, after discovering the strength of the enemy, they did not hesitate to put down their prejudices and chose to temporarily join forces. After all, high-grade warriors were not cabbages. Countries and organizations that could nurture or recruit them were definitely powerful, and such a powerful organization was actually hiding in the Sardinia Islands. They were definitely a formidable opponent of ShadowNet. He is only a lowly warrior. There is nothing to worry about. I will let him know that in the face of magic, the weapons and muscles he is so proud of are of no use. After saying that, Uhtred let out a sneer and quickly completed the invisibility spell, disappearing without a trace in an instant. With the appearance of a powerful enemy, the feet of ShadowNet finally no longer held the attitude of watching a show. Each of them took out their special skills and personally took the lead in launching an attack. With their encouragement, the mercenaries and pirates regained their courage and shouted as they swarmed forward, intending to make full use of their advantage in numbers and kill the enemy in one fell swoop. Chapter 6:16. Oh, these idiots are really stupid. They actually want to use the human wave tactic against a high-ranked warrior. Don't they know that to a high-ranked warrior, ordinary enemies are just annoying flies no matter how many there are? A single slap can kill several of them. Seeing that the strangers around her had left, Portia, who had been silent for a long time, immediately held her forehead and groaned. Although she still didn't know what kind of organization the Shadow Web was and why they obeyed Andre's orders, she was very clear about one thing: if they continued fighting like this, a bloody scene would soon appear. However, Andre obviously didn't care too much about the number of deaths, so he sneered and asked, "Why do you think these cannon fodders are swarming? They're just expendable items to distract the opponent. As long as they can achieve this goal, it doesn't matter even if they all die. Remember, before these people are all dead, we're just spectators. We won't participate at all, understand?" Portia shrugged her shoulders indifferently. "No problem. I'm relieved to hear you say that. You should know that there are usually only two results when a powerful warrior above level 15 collides head-on. One is to be directly crushed by the violent power, and the other is to succeed in killing him. I personally think that with our current fighting strength, the first result is more likely." Ha 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 ha. Don't be so pessimistic. You forgot that warriors have a lot of limitations. Before they break through to the legendary realm, they rely heavily on weapons and armor. Moreover, I don't think they can survive a sneak attack from a sinister mage. Andre laughed and explained the flaws of warriors to the halfling, at the same time expressing his opinion on the outcome of the battle. From his relaxed tone, One could tell that he was full of confidence in this operation and didn't think that the opponent could turn the tables. The reason was simple. Warriors were naturally at a disadvantage when facing spellcasters, especially pure-blooded humans. They had no ability to see through invisibility, nor did they have a way to close the distance in an instant. They could only rely on the strength of their legs to run and jump. To a mage who had grasped a grade 5 arcane spell, this sort of gap was fatal. They could easily maintain a safe distance and toy with their opponents until they died. At the same time, they could also use harassment tactics, continuously summoning monsters and attacking from afar 24 hours a day, forcing the warrior to be unable to rest. In the end, they would be worn down. As the saying goes, mages who are prepared are invincible. Even the gods are helpless against them. Only they can defeat themselves. Perhaps Uhtred wasn't a prepared mage, but Andre felt that with his means, dealing with a warrior who had yet to cross the threshold of legend shouldn't be a problem. Obviously, Portia didn't like the mage's sense of superiority. She rolled her eyes and slapped Mabel, who was beside her. Don't be in a daze. Pay attention to the battlefield. It's not every day that you can see a battle between high-level warriors. Open your eyes wide and carefully observe his every move. Then, remember it firmly in your mind. It will definitely come in handy in the future. Understood. I've always been observing. Sooner or later, I'll also become such a powerful warrior. The young man said excitedly. He was originally just an ordinary fisherman. When had he ever seen such a high-level battle of life and death? Regardless of whether it was the cooperation between the mercenaries and pirates, or the old man's heavy attack, they all made his blood boil. If he hadn't been informed in advance, he might have already rushed up to the rear of the team and joined the battle. It's easier said than done. You simply don't know what a high-level warrior means. Every one of them is gifted and has gone through hundreds of battles. With your current level, it'll be difficult for you to reach that level even if you have another 20 years. Perhaps because she discovered that Mabel's emotions were a little too excited, Portia didn't hesitate to pour a bucket of cold water on her, fearing that she would do something stupid in her uncontrollable state. Of course, from a certain point of view, her words weren't without reason. Every profession on Aurire had its own unique characteristics. The promotion of a mage's level was the process of accumulating knowledge. The promotion of a priest's level was the degree of understanding of the teachings of the gods that they served. The promotion of a warrior's level was the most dangerous among all the professions. Not only did it require a strong physique, but it also had to wander between life and death. It had to personally experience the limits of every inch of the muscles on the body. If one was careless, they would be careless. Heaven is on the left, and the warrior is on the right. This sentence fully explained the price that one had to pay to reach a higher level of this profession. Many talented warriors often died in the hands of their enemies before they could comprehend anything. There was no future to speak of. Seeing that Mabel opened her mouth to refute the big-breasted lowly, Andre immediately raised his hand to stop her. All right, I know what you want to say, but Portia's words are actually correct. More than 90% of the warriors who have the ability to cross into the legendary realm have fallen halfway. So you must always remember to control your emotions. Never lose control of yourself, or you will soon find that the distance between you and death is not far away. The real battle is about to begin. Now, let's calm down and watch the show. As soon as his voice fell, a loud noise suddenly erupted from the cave entrance in the distance. The gray-haired old man swung a meteor hammer the size of a basketball and smashed it on a tower shield. The shield was directly smashed into pieces. Even the mercenary carrying the shield could not escape. His whole body flew up like a kite with a broken string, and his head was completely retracted into his chest. There was no need to ask to know that he was definitely dead. Unbelievable strength. It must be known that such a large meteor hammer weighed at least 80 kilograms, but it was swung up and smashed into the target in just 2 seconds. It was simply not something that a human could do. Lord of raging flame above. Is he really an old man? Why do I feel that there is a terrible monster hidden in his body? Fiona opened her mouth wide, with a shocked expression on her face. Look carefully. This is the strength of a senior warrior. Fortunately, I did not take the risk to approach him last night. Otherwise, that unlucky guy just now would be the best example. After Portia finished speaking, she patted her chest with lingering fear. Her eyes were full of fear. For a thief who relied on dexterity and balance pole to make a living, she was most afraid of encountering such an unreasonable, large-scale brute force attack. Once she faced it head-on, she would often have no chance to approach the opponent. Chapter 6:17. In close combat, strength was always one of the decisive factors. It was much more important than agility, intelligence, wisdom, and physique. As the saying goes, one strong man can defeat 10 skilled men. As long as one had enough strength, the speed of brandishing their weapons would be fast enough. Even if the enemy had a shield, it would be useless. With a hammer smashing down, it didn't matter if you were wearing armor or not, you would be turned into a meat patty. There was no chance to dodge or block. Unless the number of cannon fodders was enough to exhaust the opponent to death, the human wave tactic was simply murder. But unfortunately, as an evil organization, the senior members of the Shadow Net didn't care about the lives of their subordinates. They were very clear about the threat of a high-grade warrior, so they still let the mercenaries and pirates rush forward. Even if it was to exhaust the enemy's strength, it was still good. Ha 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 ha. Come on, give me more. I like blood. I like the feeling of a hammer smashing into flesh. The unknown old man laughed wildly while constantly brandishing his weapon, setting off a foul wind and a rain of blood. Especially after the meteor hammer was raised, no one could get close. If they weren't careful, they would be smashed into meat patties. In just a few minutes, at least 20 people lost their lives, and more than 10 people were seriously injured. Blood, minced meat, organs, piles of mutilated corpses. There were also the screams and wails of the wounded. He fully displayed the attribute of a high-grade warrior being a battlefield meat grinder. Generally speaking, under the premise that there was no equal opponent or spellcaster, it was almost impossible to stop the massacre in front of them. Looking at half of his subordinates dying in the blink of an eye, Kent's face began to turn ugly. Those were the elites he had carefully cultivated. Basically, all of them had a professional level. But now, more than half of them had died at the beginning of the battle. What was even more infuriating was that they didn't have any effect at all. He simply didn't dare to imagine that if he rushed forward at this time, would he also become a corpse? The feet of the Shadow Net finally realized how powerful the enemy they were about to face was. Even Uhtred, who had always looked down on close combat professions, became cautious and hesitated to launch a sneak attack. If his spell was resisted, he would immediately become the primary target. Although it wouldn't necessarily be too dangerous, no one was willing to risk their life. With such selfish thoughts, the 7 of them could only watch as wave after wave of their subordinates rushed to their deaths. No one was willing to take the initiative to step forward. The strange scene continued until the last mercenary fell. The old man didn't care that there were people staring at him. He casually swung his hammer and smashed it on the mercenary who was still alive. Dark red blood splattered everywhere. His mental state was completely different from that of an executioner who had just killed nearly 100 people. He was as relaxed as if he was taking a stroll after a meal. Even his breathing didn't change at all. After flattening the head of the last unlucky bastard, he wiped the blood off his beard and said provocatively with a smile, "What? You've been standing there for a long time. Don't tell me you don't want to do anything? Oh, I know. You must be observing my weakness. You must be observing if I'm tired, right? Unfortunately, those guys just now were too weak. Killing them all could only be regarded as a warm-up. You guys are the real feast tonight. I actually don't care who you are, what organization you belong to, or what purpose you have. In any case, you will all die here in the end. No one can escape. For the organization I work for, anyone who tries to interfere with the implementation of the plan or poses a threat to the plan must be cleaned up." It had to be said that the old man's words were quite arrogant and conceited. He didn't put anyone in his eyes at all. He was just short of pointing at the nose and saying that the members of the Shadow Net were trash and cowards. Kill us all, just by yourself? I really don't know where you get your confidence from. Old man, I advise you to stop boasting. Put down your weapon and surrender obediently. Otherwise, we will let you experience what it means to live a life worse than death. Teresa sneered and threatened. Of course, this kind of threat was obviously strong in appearance, but weak in reality. It would be strange if it could scare people. She did this more to provoke the old man and see if she could get some useful information from him. As a warrior who advocated action over thinking, the old man obviously didn't like to talk too much nonsense. He ignored Teresa's provocation and just glanced at her contemptuously. Then he exerted force in his legs like an angry bull. His momentum alone made people feel that he was invincible. Damn it! Seeing this, Teresa immediately cursed in a low voice, turned around, and ran away. Her profession wasn't good at frontal combat, and the difference in strength between the two was too great. If she didn't run, she would definitely be smashed to death by the heavy hammer. She wouldn't throw away her life for so-called face. The old man obviously didn't expect that the opponent, who was shouting a second ago, would run away a second later. He was stunned for a while before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha. Interesting, really interesting. Is this what you mean by living a life worse than death? Are you going to make me laugh to death?" Seeing Teresa being laughed at, Kent suddenly felt very embarrassed and shouted angrily, "Enough! Who are you? A warrior of this level can't be unknown. Tell me your name. I will cut off your head with my own hands. You want to know who I am?" The old man smiled playfully and touched the beard on his chin. Then he said in a slightly vicissitude tone, "I've been hiding in the dark for too long. I'm afraid no one will remember my name. But there's no harm in telling you. My name is Sam Ainmeng." Hearing the other party's name, Kent's pupils shrank instantly. At the same time, he muttered in a surprised tone, "Weapons Master, Sam Ainmeng. I didn't expect you to still be alive." As the leader of an evil intelligence organization, how could he not know the name Sam? Sam was the most outstanding warrior in the South for nearly 20 years. He showed unparalleled talent at a young age. At the age of 21, he defeated a giant with his violent fighting skills. At the age of 28, he couldn't find an opponent who could match him. At the age of 30, he suddenly disappeared for unknown reasons. There were rumors that this genius warrior had died. There were also rumors that he had left the South to find a stronger opponent. But who would have thought that this person who had disappeared for more than 20 years would actually appear in front of him today? Moreover, he was in his 50s or 60s and still maintained incredible fighting strength. He didn't look like an old man at all. Chapter 618. Weapon Master was actually not a title, but a special advanced warrior profession. As the name suggested, the user could use weapons to perfection, just like their own arms. However, due to the need for extremely high talent and the guidance of a famous teacher. There were very few of them. Every time one of them appeared, it would cause a sensation in the surrounding area. To become a weapon master, one had to be at least a 6th-level warrior and learn a lot of skills such as attack and defense, whirlwind attacks, dual-wielding proficiency, two-handed weapon proficiency, flexible movements, jumping attacks, and so on. There could not be any mistakes in the whole learning process, or it would take several times more time to correct and adjust. Generally speaking, without guidance, most warriors would not be able to complete the advancement within the 10th level, let alone complete such difficult learning and training before the age of 30. But Sam was different. He was a true genius. At the age of 12, he had completed all the courses and became a true 1st-level warrior. Only 2 years later, at the age of 14, he killed an ogre in the wild alone. The speed of his progress was unbelievable. At the age of 20, he was already one of the few experts in the southern region who had crossed the threshold of the 10th level. Many nobles were eager to recruit him, but they were all rejected without exception. If you thought that this was the whole of Sam's resume, then you were very wrong. To some extent, 20 was only the beginning of his legendary life. When Sam found that there was no one who could match him in the city where he was born, he quickly made a decision, and that was to travel and challenge. He took his beloved longsword and left his hometown alone. Following the plan he had made in advance, he went from town to town. Every time he went to a place, he would ask about the most famous warrior there, and then he would directly challenge them, improving himself through fighting with all kinds of opponents. It took a whole 8 years. He had defeated all the famous warriors in the southern region, and he had never failed even once, creating an unbelievable legendary record. Many people even saw him as a future legendary warrior. As long as there were no accidents, he would definitely cross the threshold and enter the realm of the extraordinary before the age of 40. Even the gods paid attention to him, but for some reason, after Sam challenged his last opponent, he mysteriously disappeared. No one knew where he went, and no one knew what he did. People only knew that he did not appear again for more than 20 years. There were rumors that he had left the material world in order to continue training his skills, and went to the bloody war between the demons and devils that had lasted for many years to challenge stronger opponents. There were also rumors that he went to the Death Swamp to challenge the legendary ranger Balthazar, the king of the Lizardmen tribe, and finally died under his opponent's dual blades. All in all, Sam's life was like a legend. Although it was a little short, his experience was still talked about. The Shadow Net had tried to recruit him, but they were a little late. Therefore, many senior members had information about him in their hands. Seeing the shock in Kent's eyes, the old man suddenly, he threw his warhammer and meteor hammer and laughed without warning. Ha ha ha. I didn't think that there would still be people in this world who remembered my name. All right, to show my gratitude, I've decided to use my best swordsmanship to kill you. After all, you're an outstanding warrior, and I shouldn't humiliate you with this mediocre brute force. Saying that, he slowly pulled out the 2 great swords on his back, and his aura instantly soared. His half-open eyes were as sharp as blades, causing people to feel a stinging pain. Be careful! Grays and Omar, who had always been very sensitive, immediately sensed that something was wrong and shouted at their allies. But it was a pity that the moment she opened her mouth, the old man moved. He did not charge forward as expected, nor did he display the unparalleled strength from before. Sam rushed forward with extremely nimble steps, and the 2 great swords that could be used to slash gently cut through the air like butter knives, going straight for Seawolf's neck. This sword seemed to have neither speed nor strength, and was as gentle as a young girl's lips, but Kent had the illusion that he could not avoid it. Damn it! Seeing the sharp blade getting closer and closer to him, he did not have time to think, and raised his long sword to block. But at the moment when the greatsword and longsword collided, something strange happened. The weapon in Sam's hand suddenly accelerated, colliding with Kent's weapon at a speed that could not be seen with the naked eye. What followed was a crisp sound, accompanied by a large amount of golden sparks, and the steel weapon in Kent's hand was broken into two. Unbelievable! Not only were the people involved dumbfounded, but the other onlookers also felt that it was inconceivable to the extreme. They were completely stunned. The difference between ordinary steel and magical metal was not that great. When swords and blades of the same quality clashed, there would at most be a few obvious cracks. To break a weapon in half. Not only did one need a very powerful enchantment, one also needed to have a physique and martial arts that surpassed that of mortals. Generally speaking, only legendary warriors could do that. After a short moment of shock, a bitter smile appeared on Kent's face, and he immediately closed his eyes. He knew that there was no way he could dodge this sword, and it would be an honor to die at the hands of a legendary warrior. Although his opponent had given up resisting, Sam had no intention of stopping. In his dictionary, defeat meant death. A true warrior did not need pity, much less forgiveness. The winner lives. The loser dies. This was the principle that he had comprehended over the past few decades. Just as Kent felt a gust of cold wind, there was a sudden movement in the air, and in the next second, Ferris, Tammy, Uhtred, who had been invisible all this time, finally chose to make a move. And the first move was a rank 5 arcane spell, Malicious Transformation. Once the spell took effect, it could turn the target into a harmless small animal, such as a rabbit, frog, bird, insect, and so on. Moreover, the duration was permanent. Unless someone helped to break the spell, the target could only live in another form for the rest of their life. The moment the spell was completed, a dazzling green magical aura surrounded Sam, quickly squeezing his body. Powerful magical energy began to penetrate his skin and permeate into every cell, then corroding the energy existing in his body. If it succeeded, then his life essence would change. If it failed, then the spell would be resisted. Chapter 619. Without a doubt, a level 5 arcane spell was dangerous. It was so dangerous that even a powerful warrior like Sam didn't dare to let his guard down. He immediately shifted his focus from killing his opponent to his own body, quickly mobilizing the strength in his muscles and blood to resist. As a high-ranked warrior, his cells had long since developed magic resistance, and he wouldn't be as easily affected as a normal person. Because of his distraction, the sword that he had been so determined to kill had a change in direction, and he could no longer maintain his speed. Seeing this, Kent blocked the attack with his left hand without hesitation. Then, he rolled a few meters away and managed to escape the attack. Although his life was saved for the time being, 4 fingers on his left hand had been neatly cut off. The intense pain made him groan. In just a few seconds, his forehead was covered with sweat, and his mouth was gasping for breath. Grace didn't say anything else, and immediately ran over to hand him a bottle of healing potion. Here, drink it quickly. Thanks, I owe you one. Kent knew that now wasn't the time to be polite. He pulled out the cork and gulped down the light blue potion in one breath. In the blink of an eye, the bleeding wound healed quickly. Although the broken fingers didn't grow back, at least he wouldn't die from excessive blood loss. After escaping from the shroud of death, he hurriedly took a few deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't calm his wildly beating heart. As a typical ambitious person, this was the first time Kent had been so close to death. If the spell had been half a second slower, his head would have been separated from his neck, and he'd become a headless corpse. His brain was completely out of control, and the scene just now replayed over and over again. *slap. Seeing Kent's strange state, Grace didn't hesitate and gave him a fierce slap on the face. She sternly reprimanded, Bastard! Wake up! We don't have time for you to be in a daze. Pick up your weapons and get ready to fight. The weapons master, Sam, isn't an easy enemy to deal with. Tonight, we might all die. I know. Of course, I know he's not easy to deal with. Perhaps it was because of the slap Kent finally came back to his senses. He bit his lower lip hard and struggled to stand up. But before he could stand firm, someone suddenly flew toward him and knocked him to the ground again. Due to inertia, the two of them rolled a few times on the uneven ground. Their faces and arms were scratched by the small stones on the ground. Fortunately, there weren't any large stones, otherwise they would have been badly bruised. What bad luck! I must have been cursed by the goddess of misfortune. Cursing inwardly, Kent forcefully pushed away the person on top of him. Taking a closer look, it turned out to be the executioner Herman. The burly man's lung had been stabbed by a sword, and blood was flowing out of the wound. In addition, several of his ribs seemed to have been broken, and the situation was very dangerous. The reason was very simple. While the two of them were talking, the other legs of the shadow net took advantage of the old man's distraction to launch a siege attack. But they obviously forgot that the weapons master was proficient in whirlwind attacks. Not only did the siege not have any effect, two of them were seriously injured on the spot, and one of them was the executioner Herman. Kent glanced at the blood on his hand and frowned. Without raising his head, he asked, "Do you still have any healing potions?" "What, you want to save him?" Grace subconsciously asked. She completely didn't understand what her ally wanted to do. "That's right. I want to save him. I believe you just saw how frightening the enemy is. I even suspect that Sam has already crossed the threshold to become a legendary warrior. Right now, we must stop all internal fighting. Otherwise," before Kent could finish speaking, he suddenly saw Uhtred's palm erupt with a dazzling light. His eyes instantly felt a stinging pain, and then he couldn't see anything. He didn't need to ask to know that this was definitely a rank 0 spell, Flash. Anyone who stared at the light would be temporarily blinded. As a powerful mage, Uhtred was very clear that the bodies of high-level warriors often had very high magic resistance. Although rank 5 arcane spells were powerful enough, it was hard to guarantee that they wouldn't be resisted. If he could interfere with the opponents, then the chances of success would be higher. A mage. A mage has actually appeared. Ha 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 ha. This is simply too delightful. You know what I hate the most are you magic casters who think you're so high and mighty. Sam laughed sinisterly as he rushed in Uhtred's direction. He was clearly not an ordinary warrior. Even if his eyes couldn't see anything, he could still determine his position by sound. Moreover, when he ran, he didn't trip on the roots and vines at all. After discovering this, Uhtred's expression changed greatly. He gnashed his teeth and cursed in a low voice. "Damn it, he's actually proficient in blind combat. This is troublesome." If all the mages in Orir were to vote for the most unpopular warrior specialties, then blind combat would definitely be at the top of the list. This ability allowed a warrior to rely on their hearing, smell, touch, and sixth sense to identify the opponent's position and movements in a situation where they lost their sight. It could be used to avoid the interference of many illusionary spells, directly targeting the mage's fragile body. Seeing the enemy getting closer and closer to him, Uhtred knew that it was impossible to dodge. Without hesitation, he activated the rank 4 arcane spell he had prepared beforehand, Stone Skin. In a short second, his body was covered with a thick layer of granite. Ordinary swords and knives would probably only leave a white mark on him at most. After doing all this, the old mage didn't stop. Instead, he continued to take out a magic scroll, activating the spell on it as quickly as possible. Following a brilliant flash of red light, raging flames ignited around his body. Although the temperature was astonishing, it didn't harm a single hair on the mage's body. This was another rank 4 arcane spell, Flame Shield. Any living thing that approached would suffer a terrible burn. Obviously, Uhtred used himself as bait to create a sinister trap. As long as Sam rushed forward, he would instantly suffer from the raging flames. In addition, the stone skin could resist the majority of the damage from swords and knives. When the time came, he only needed to hug the other party, and he would be burned alive. It had to be said that Uhtred could indeed be called a qualified mage, or even an outstanding one, to be able to take corresponding measures and take action within a few seconds. However, he clearly forgot that as a high-ranked warrior, how could the weapon in Sam's hand be ordinary? Chapter 620, Despicable Mage. Have a good taste of the wrath of a warrior. Sam was completely unaware that a death trap had been laid in front of him. After sensing that his target was not far ahead, he suddenly sped up. His whole body was like a cannonball as he charged forward with a malevolent expression, first confuse the opponent with normal speed, then suddenly accelerate the moment he approached. Before the enemy could react, he delivered a fatal attack. This was one of his most proficient attack methods, and, at the same time, it was also his last method of attack. Many experts, because they were not used to this kind of speed-changing technique in battle, ended up dying under his sword with disbelief in their eyes. Although his eyes were still in a vast expanse of white, and he couldn't see anything, Sam could still rely on his imagination to outline the old mage's panicked expression in his mind. Thinking that he had killed yet another powerful mage, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly, revealing a pleased expression. But the next second, the terrifying ring-shaped flames instantly engulfed his entire body. His hair and beard instantly turned into ashes, and his exposed skin was burned in a large area. Even the black metal armor turned red and hot in a very short period of time, causing great damage to his body. Ah! Fire! How can there be fire here? Bastard! It must be you damned mage playing tricks. The severely burned body brought great pain to Sam. Even if he had an iron will, he couldn't help but let out an angry roar. If not for his muscles having been trained to an unimaginable degree, perhaps he would have already been roasted half-cooked. It must be known that burns were not stab wounds or slash wounds. It stimulated the nerves for a longer period of time, and the pain was also more intense. Otherwise, burning at the stake wouldn't have become the torture method used by Western religions to intimidate heretics in the Middle Ages. However, unlike most people who were burned, Sam didn't shrink back because of the pain. Instead, like a fearless warrior, he rushed into the raging flame ring, raising the greatsword in his hand and fiercely chopping down. Hee, brainless idiot! Today, I'll let you experience the means of a mage. Uhtred, who had long been fully prepared, sneered and mocked. He immediately crossed his arms, intending to use stone skin to resist his opponent's chop. But what he didn't expect was that when one of the giant swords came into contact with the granite on the surface of his body, a strong green light suddenly burst out, followed by a loud bang, and the granite splattered in all directions under the powerful impact. Just as he had expected, the great sword itself was unable to cut through the thick rock, but the flash of green light had penetrated the protection of the rock layer, forming a layer of strong acid on the fragile skin of his hands. In just a few seconds, it had corroded a large part of his skin and muscles. As a treacherous and cunning mage, Uhtred naturally did not possess the tenacity and indomitable will of a warrior. He immediately screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Ah, damn it! Damn it! Damn it! You actually have a magic weapon. Someone come and help me. In fact, he couldn't be blamed for losing his composure, but the situation at hand was extremely critical. Everyone knew that the hands were one of the most important organs in a mage's body, second only to the brain. If there was a problem with the hands, it meant that they would not be able to complete complex gestures. And this meant that they would not be able to cast more than 90% of their arcane spells. It could be considered a fatal blow. Ha 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 ha. Weren't you very confident just now, wanting to show me the means of a mage? You guys always think that you are very smart, but in the end, aren't you still dying under the sword of a warrior? I want to see how many attacks the defensive magic on your body can withstand. Sam, whose entire body was covered with blisters and charred black skin, resisted the pain. He roared with a sinister expression while launching a berserk attack. The two great swords that an ordinary warrior needed to use both hands to wield seemed to be weightless in his hands. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the rock covering Uhtred's body disappeared, revealing his frail body underneath. Of course, this was not without a price. Every time Uhtred slashed, Sam would have to endure the damage and pain brought by the fire shield. Although his vitality was strong enough, he was still seriously affected, especially the 10 fingers that were holding the sword, which had already been completely burnt. Discovering that Uhtred's life was in serious danger, Carmen, who had been doing her job, but not putting in any effort, finally couldn't bear it any longer. She directly raised her rapier and charged into the ring of fire. Don't misunderstand. This wasn't because she was loyal, but because there was a clause in the agreement that if Uhtred unexpectedly died during the service period, then she would immediately be expelled from the material world by the power of magic. In order to continue staying, the succubus had to ensure that her summoner was alive. At the very least, he couldn't die before finding and breaking this clause. Otherwise, she would have to return to the bottomless abyss with a vile environment, receiving the ravages and oppression of those powerful demon lords. Due to the fact that demons had very strong fire resistance, Carmen wasn't seriously burned when she passed through the ring of fire. On the contrary, the rapier in her hand couldn't withstand the high temperature and instantly became scalding red. Sam instantly sensed that someone had launched an attack from behind him. Without saying a word, he used his other great sword to deflect the rapier. Without turning his head, he shouted, "Get lost! Woman, I don't have time to deal with you right now." I'm very sorry. I just happen to have time right now and want to play with you. I don't know if you're interested. Carmen didn't pay any attention to the old man's insults. With a charming smile, she once again thrust her sword. Her goal was very simple, which was to stall for time as much as possible. Once the fire shield's effect disappeared, the others would be able to rush in and besiege him. With the other party's current degree of injury, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Due to being unable to use the succubus form, her current fighting strength was greatly reduced. She couldn't even display a third of her strength, especially all kinds of charm and summoning type innate spells. Once she used them, her identity would be completely exposed. Sam clearly didn't expect that Carmen would be so difficult to deal with. Moreover, each of her attacks was aimed at a vital point, flying into a rage out of humiliation. He kicked away Uhtred, who had lost his ability to cast magic. Turning around, he said with a tone filled with killing intent, "Woman, you're really tired of living. You actually dare to challenge my bottom line again and again. Very good. Then I'll fulfill your wish. Don't be angry, it's just a joke. Why are you so serious? You must know that your exquisite martial arts and strong body have deeply attracted me. Why don't we go to the nearby forest and have an in-depth discussion about life? Why do we have to fight and kill?" Seeing that Uhtred's life wasn't in danger for the time being, Carmen inwardly let out a sigh of relief. Smiling, she displayed her astonishing charm. At the same time, she inadvertently cast a charm spell in an attempt to disturb the opponent's mind. Chapter 6:21. Different from the arcane spells used by most mages, succubi's spells came from their bloodline and soul. This was especially true for the domain of charm, where they did not need to strictly follow the flow of incantations or make complicated gestures. Often, a seemingly seductive movement and a moan of ecstasy could help them complete the construction of the spell. Without a doubt, Carmen was not a rookie succubus who had just completed her evolution, nor was she a succubus who had crawled out of her mother's womb. Instead, she was a veteran who had carried out missions in countless planes. She only needed to say a few words to secretly release the spell. Even a warrior like Sam, who was full of vigilance, did not discover anything out of the ordinary. He only felt a little dazed. After all, with his current injuries and the fact that he had to divert his attention to resist the corrosion of malicious transformation, it was not strange for something like this to happen. After all, even though malicious transformation spell energy had been mostly depleted and could no longer pose much of a threat, the spell's effects were permanent. As long as it was not completely cleaned up, he could not let his guard down for even a moment. Oh, look at those strong muscles, those sexy scars. So beautiful, so enchanting, so full of masculinity. Carmen clearly noticed that Sam's gaze was a little unfocused. She immediately threw away the weapon in her hand and put on a worshipful expression. She carefully approached him, whispering suggestive words at the same time. As a succubus born from mortal desires, she could analyze a person's thoughts from their eyes, expressions, and actions. She also knew how to lower one's vigilance to the greatest extent. Without a doubt, Carmen was a true expert in this aspect. It only took a few seconds for her to break through the defensive line and approach. However, she was not in a hurry to launch a sneak attack. Instead, she acted like a true admirer, using her slender fingers to gently caress the skin that had been burned by the flames. She used her tongue to lick his neck and ears, not at all disgusted by the black and yellow blisters. She even let out faint gasps. It had to be said that female succubi had too many unique advantages when it came to pleasing men. Any man in such an environment would be immersed in incomparable happiness. Sam, who was affected by the succubus spell, only felt a slight itch where he had been caressed. The places where the tip of the tongue had licked felt very comfortable, as if the pain from the burns had left him, and he was in another world. Huff, huff, huff. Under Carmen's gradual seduction, this powerful warrior had fallen for her. His tensed muscles began to loosen, and his hands that were gripping the greatsword loosened little by little. His breathing became short and rapid, and his primitive instincts replaced his rationality and became the master of his body. Reality proved once again that it was impossible for mortals to resist the temptation of succubi. Not to mention mortals, even the divine servants of the heaven realm would fall under their meticulous schemes. Seeing that she was about to succeed, Carmen's chaotic demonic nature began to act up. Through the burnt skin and muscles, she could feel the powerful soul nurtured in Sam's body. A soul like this that was pure and full of energy was a precious treasure even for demon lords. She longed to obtain this soul and devour it to strengthen herself. Thirst, an unbearable thirst, welled up in his heart. Driven by her strong instincts, she slightly opened her seductive red lips, attempting to give the other party a succubus kiss. Through this kiss, she could extract the other party's soul and make it her food. After all, demons were not devils. They would never control their desires, let alone follow any form of restraint, especially when there was no power to restrict them. Come, my dear, give me the deepest kiss. As their lips got closer and closer, Carmen suddenly felt an indescribable excitement. At the same time, she let out a deep whisper. Every word was filled with the power of magic. In just a few seconds, she had silently used at least 3 of her innate spells. The power of magic made Sam lose his ability to think. He did not realize what this kiss meant, and allowed the succubus to wrap her arms around his neck. Just as their lips were about to touch, Carmen's clothes suddenly tore apart. Her originally white skin turned bright red, and a pair of sharp horns grew out of her forehead. Huge bat wings extended from her back, and an agile tail kept swaying left and right. Her goat-like hooves were slightly raised, and two sharp claws pierced into the other party's waist without hesitation. Finally, she fiercely kissed him, without a doubt, in order to completely release her power and ensure that the soul extraction was successful. She returned to her original demon form. Ah! The intense pain made Sam immediately sober up. He raised his fist and punched the succubus' lower abdomen. Unfortunately, he was a warrior, a weapon master, and not a monk who could break rocks with his bare hands. Although this punch was powerful, it was nothing to a demon. Carmen was like an octopus, using her legs and arms to firmly fix herself on the other party. She greedily absorbed the high-level warrior's vigorous life force, as well as the soul hidden in the depths of his body. She could feel that as more and more energy poured in, the demon blood in her body began to boil. Every cell was cheering to its heart's content, and there was a faint hope of transforming into a higher form. After discovering this, she became excited. She did not care about the gazes of the people around her. Her mind was filled with thoughts of advancement. Advancement! Advancement! Don't underestimate this level. Succubi were originally at the upper middle level among demons. Once they successfully advanced, their power would instantly increase by several times, and they would become a member of the high-level demons. Scram! Scram! Get off my body! Sam felt the loss of his life force and the pain of his soul being torn apart. He was like a madman as he desperately hammered, rolled, and struggled. He even used his head to hit her, and used his teeth to bite her. In the blink of an eye, he caused bloody wounds on Carmen's body. But no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to push the succubus on his body away. Instead, he aggravated his injuries. Gradually, more and more of his life force was lost, faster and faster. Sam was horrified to find that the speed of his punches had slowed down, and his strength had decreased. His struggles became weaker and weaker, and his two arms were so heavy that he could barely lift them. Even his vision became more and more blurry. As a master of physical control, he was very clear that this was a sign before death. If he could not get rid of the demon within half a minute, he would face the most terrifying way of death. Chapter 6:22. The soul, the most important part of life, was also the proof of a person's existence. In Or, almost everyone knew what it meant. Most people would rather give up their lives at a critical moment to ensure that their souls were intact, because if one's life was gone, perhaps they could be revived through some powerful arcane or divine spells. But if one's soul was gone, then one's existence would be erased from the root. Even the gods would not be able to revive them. As a high-level warrior, Sam clearly knew that once his soul was pulled out of his body and fell into the hands of a demon, what kind of tragic ending would await him. Thus, he quickly expelled all distracting thoughts and refocused his mind and will. He fully mobilized what little strength he had left and prepared to launch a heavy attack that could repel the enemy. Of course, this was not easy because Carmen was not an ordinary mortal, but a demon from the bottomless abyss. Although she did not look very strong, her strength was not weak at all. If converted to numerical values, she was definitely more than 19, especially her two sexy and firm thighs, tightly clamped around his waist. Fortunately, Sam's bones had long been trained to be as hard as steel. If it was a normal person, his pelvis would probably have been crushed. A strong sense of danger, and the will to live made Sam concentrate all the remaining strength in his body into his right leg in a very short period of time. Taking advantage of the moment when Carmen stuck her tongue into her mouth and greedily sucking saliva, he suddenly stretched out his right hand and grabbed her hair. Then He viciously bit down, directly biting off the tip of her tongue. Ah, damn it! Despicable mortal! How dare you! Covering his bleeding mouth, Carmen let out an enraged roar. At the same time, he used his other claw to cut open a wound on Sam's shoulder, so deep that the bone could be seen. Perhaps it was because she was attracted by the powerful and pure soul, or perhaps it was the instinct of a succubus that was full of lust. She had unknowingly let down her guard and put all her heart and soul into that kiss. As a result, she was accidentally bitten back. It was easy to imagine how angry she was in her heart. Bah, hee, demon, don't think you can take advantage of me. Sam sneered and spat out half of his tongue. His eyes were filled with madness and bloodthirst that only barbarian warriors would have. The next second, his leg that had accumulated all the strength in his body suddenly bent. His hard knee was like a heavy hammer, fierce and accurate, directly hitting the succubus' lower body. Bang! Following the sound of bones breaking, Cayman's eyeballs bulged out, and he let out an ear-piercing scream. His legs that were tightly wrapped around his waist lost their strength and started to tremble. As for the part that was hit, it was even worse. A large amount of blood mixed with a light yellow liquid with a fishy smell spurted out. It was obvious that he had lost control of his bladder. There was no doubt that this kind of place was a vital point for both men and women. However, men's reactions were usually more serious and could even lead to sudden death. Seeing that there was no time to lose, Sam immediately threw another uppercut, shattering the succubus's chin and sending her flying. Then, he quickly got up from the ground, picked up a huge sword that had been thrown on the ground, and stabbed it with a backhand. Although he did not deliberately aim for the vital parts, the sword still pierced into the artery of the thigh. Bright red liquid immediately gushed out like a fountain, forming a large pool of sticky blood on the ground in the blink of an eye. Ha 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 ha! How do you feel, demon? This is the price you have to pay for angering a warrior. Now, let me send you back to your home in the abyss. With the huge sword in his hand, Sam regained his confidence and approached the seriously injured succubus step by step. For a weapon master like him, a weapon was like an extension of his arm, the source of his strength. Having a weapon and not having a weapon, his fighting strength was on two completely different extremes. Cayman felt the other's soaring, killing intent. Enduring the severe pain, she shouted at Uhtred, who was not far away, "Save me! Quickly save me!" Even if a demon was chopped into minced meat in the material world, they would at most be expelled from the material world for 100 years and would not really die. However, she had made a trip here with great difficulty. So how could she be willing to go back like this? Thus, she did not hesitate to ask her summoner for help. But unfortunately, Uhtred's eyes were cold, and he turned a deaf ear to the succubus's cry for help. In fact, from the moment Cayman revealed that she was a demon, he had already decided to let her die in this battle. Even if Sam did not kill her, he would give her a final blow. Otherwise, once many secrets were exposed, it would immediately lead to a series of very serious consequences. Damn it, you sinister and despicable bastard. I will remember you. Cayman was not a fool. She immediately realized that Uhtred was using her to do his dirty work. She fiercely glared at him and could only watch as the sharp, huge sword fell from the sky. Just as she was about to be split in half, a white electric light streaked across the air and accurately hit Sam's body. The strong electric current made his whole body uncontrollably stop for a moment. Without much time to think, Cayman hurriedly took advantage of this opportunity and flapped her wings with all her might to fly into the air. Only after she escaped from danger did she notice that the seriously injured fat warlock had completed a level 3 spell, Lightning, which just happened to save her life. However, after the spell was completed, He fell to the ground with a plop and did not stand up again. From the start of the battle until now, it could be said that the high-level members of ShadowNet were all injured. Among them, the two with the most serious injuries were already struggling on the brink of death. About half of them were unconscious, and there were even more who had lost their fighting strength. Only Kent, Grace, and Cayman still maintained a certain fighting strength. As for Uhtred, whose hands were destroyed, it was hard to say. After all, as a mage, although he was unable to cast arcane spells, no one knew if he still had any magic items on him. As for the weapon master Sam, he was also an arrow at the end of its flight. Both sides had finally reached the moment when their fates would be decided. Perhaps before they started, the members of ShadowNet would never have thought that their side's elites would be forced to such a state by a single person. They were almost completely wiped out. The tense atmosphere quickly spread. Everyone on the scene became cautious. They were very clear that no matter who it was, as long as they revealed the slightest flaw, they could become a headless corpse in the next second. Sam had already used practical actions to tell his opponents that his exquisite swordsmanship was enough to easily kill anyone, even if it was a mage protected by magic. Chapter 6:23. Just when the battle was about to break out, Andre, who had been watching the battle from a distance, slightly raised the corner of his mouth and muttered to himself, "Hee hee, it seems that what should be exposed has been exposed. Finally, it's my turn to clean up the mess." After that, he completed a spell at a very fast speed. Then, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. He directly activated the teleportation ability on the ring and disappeared. Damn it! Why didn't he say anything before he attacked? After discovering that Andre had disappeared, Portia immediately complained in a low voice and quickly disappeared into the shadows. As a thief who accompanied the darkness, she would never let her companions fight alone. Even if she was not good at face-to-face combat, she would still take advantage of her profession and lurk around the battlefield, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. Mabel looked on helplessly as the two of them left one after the other. She scratched her nose and asked her younger sister, "What should we do? Follow them?" Fiona rolled her eyes and snappily replied, "Don't be silly, my dear brother. One of them is a battle-hardened thief, and the other is a mysterious mage. If we follow them, not only will we not be able to help, but we may even drag them down. Just wait patiently. I believe there will be a result soon." "Well, what you said makes sense." Mabel shrugged her shoulders with a wry smile and continued to pay attention to the battle in the distance. For him, tonight was really an eye-opener, especially Sam's disdainful fighting strength. It was really too shocking. The perfect combination of strength and skill in swordsmanship was simply like a kind of art. Of course, Fiona's harvest was also not small. At least she understood how to maximize the power of blunt weapons. She would no longer be so stupid as to only know how to swing a hammer to hit the head. Although the brother and sister were only watching from the sidelines, they still absorbed enough nutrients from the battle. With time, they would grow up quickly and become powerful helpers. However, Andre didn't have the time to care about this. When he appeared on the battlefield through a short-distance teleportation spell, Sam suddenly raised his head. His eyes shone brightly, and his whole body rushed forward like an arrow leaving the bow. His two great swords were aimed at the heart and liver, the two vital parts of the body. If one of them was successfully hit, it would immediately lead to death. Hee hee, what an outstanding warrior. What a pity Andre didn't show the slightest bit of panic when facing the cold glint of the sharp blade. Instead, he shook his head regretfully. The inconspicuous staff in his hand suddenly blossomed with a dazzling white light, and then his whole body was immediately covered by hard granite. At the same time, a light blue energy shield appeared around his body, and his figure became very blurry. Obviously, he had activated the 3 spells in the secondary defense staff at once: Stone Skin, Shield, and Haze. He was protecting himself from all directions. Ha 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 ha, idiot mage. Don't you know how special my sword is? After discovering that the defensive spell had taken effect, Sam instantly let out a sinister laugh. Although the haze spell had affected his vision, and the force wall produced by the shield spell had caused the sharp blades to deviate when they passed through, the 2 huge swords still cut Andre's body, and suddenly sparks flew everywhere. One of the huge swords flashed with a green light, and just like Uhtred not long ago, his hands were immediately corroded by the strong acid, and an intense pain was transmitted to his brain through his nerves. As the strong acid's pungent smell spread in the air, Sam knew that he had once again crippled the hands of a mage. He immediately used a condescending tone to mock. "How does the strong acid taste? You are not the first mage to die under my sword, and you won't be the last either." "I like your self-confidence, but I have no choice but to inform you of 3 things with regret. First, someone is indeed about to die, but it definitely won't be me. Second, you won't have the chance to kill anyone else. Third, a true mage will never be defeated by something that has already been exposed." After saying the last word, Andre suddenly extended his right hand and with an extremely fast speed touched the other's neck. In the blink of an eye, a blood-red magical aura appeared at his fingertips, and the hands that had been destroyed by the strong acid were restored to their original state in a short few seconds. Sam felt that the life force in his body had been completely sucked out, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. Finally, he slowly fell down, unable to crawl back up. Rank 3 Arcane Spell. Vampiric Touch activated. Target failed to pass the immunity appraisal. Spell caused 21 points of damage to target. Life force extracted has healed you by 21 points. Target's life points depleted. Dead. You have obtained 4,000 experience points. Seeing the information that appeared in his vision, Andre finally let out a sigh of relief. After a moment of careful observation and careful calculation, he had finally succeeded in getting rid of a powerful enemy who was already on the verge of death. Perhaps this kind of action of looting a burning house wasn't honorable, but for a mage, using the smallest price in exchange for the greatest victory was the most perfect outcome. In fact, if not for the danger of the Shadow Net's members being completely annihilated, he wouldn't have wanted to reveal his strength at all. Unfortunately, most of the time, reality was far from what one expected. Fortunately, until now, he had only used a short-distance teleportation, a secondary defensive staff, and finally a rank 3 arcane spell, Vampiric Touch, especially the last one, which had played a decisive role. Although the level of this spell wasn't high, it was very practical. It allowed the caster to extract life force from the target through touch, and then use it to heal himself. If the caster wasn't injured, then the life force would be stored first. Once injured, the wound would be automatically healed. As for the amount of life force extracted, it was determined by the level of the caster. On average, the damage would be doubled every 2 levels. With Andre's level as a rank 9 mage, the upper limit was 24 points, and the lower limit was 4 points. He was very lucky. On one hand, when he attacked, the magic energy in his body had completely recovered, and he could use 100% of his strength. On the other hand, Sam was heavily injured. Otherwise, a mere 20 points of damage wouldn't be much to a high-ranked warrior. Looking at Sam's eyes that were still open, Andre couldn't help but sigh. He picked up one of the huge swords that had fallen on the ground and said softly, "I'm sorry, but I need to borrow your head. I hope you don't mind. After all, you're already dead. Rather than staying here to be eaten by wild beasts, why don't you let me take you away and save a woman who's being controlled?" He didn't care whether the corpse on the ground could understand or not. After saying what he needed to say, he raised the sword in his hand and directly cut off Sam's neck. Chapter 6:24. Since almost all of Sam's life force had been taken away, he did not spit out much blood after his head was cut off. His bones were especially hard, if it were not for the relatively large gap between the cervical vertebrae, and the fact that the greatsword was a magic weapon. The blade would have been stuck. Andre was very surprised. It was the first time he had seen a human's bones that could be so hard that they were not inferior to a refined iron weapon. As mentioned in the book, when a melee profession's level exceeded a certain level, their body would mutate because of the large amount of magical elements that were everywhere. Some people's skin and muscles would form a special structure, and ordinary weapons would at most leave a red mark on them. Some people were like Sam, and their bones were so hard that they could break rocks. There were also people who distributed the magical energy absorbed into their body evenly on the surface of their body, forming a layer of invisible protective film, which had a strong resistance to any supernatural force. In short, they had begun to slowly break away from the category of mortals and evolve towards the extraordinary. As a person who had received many years of education in materialism, Andre originally thought that these were just exaggerated descriptions that had been artificially processed, but now he finally realized that everything was actually true. There was no doubt that, according to the standards of most people on Earth, all melee professions above level 15 in Oriar were out-and-out superheroes or supervillains. They either had great strength, terrifying speed, and a sense of balance, or incredible vitality and inexhaustible physical strength. They were fully qualified to be called monsters. After figuring this out, Andre sincerely felt lucky. When he had just crossed over, he was in the uninhabited, lonely mountain town. There was no chance for him to encounter these terrifying non-human beings. Otherwise, he would have died in an accidental conflict. The probability of him living peacefully for 4 years was definitely not more than 20%. No wonder the population of Oriar had always been maintained at a very low number. On the one hand, it was limited by the level of productivity and public health. On the other hand, compared to ordinary people, there were too many powerful monsters in this world that were unmatched. Giants, dragons, high-grade professionals, elemental creatures, magical creatures, monsters from other planes, and so on. No matter which one of them suddenly went berserk in a crowded place, they could cause at least 4 digits of casualties. It would be strange if such a population could reproduce. Sighing inwardly at the precarious life of the civilians, Andre bent down, quickly tore a piece of cloth from the corpse, and wrapped Sam's head in his hand. Then he glanced at the succubus in midair, shifted his gaze to Uhtred, and asked in a playful tone, "Why? Don't you two have anything to say?" I'm very sorry, Your Excellency. I think it's better for him to answer this question first." Carmen passed the ball to his summoner with a fake smile. It could be seen that she was very vigilant and had no intention of landing on the ground. She was afraid that she would be caught accidentally. Uhtred understood that he couldn't avoid this calamity. What he needed to consider now was how to minimize the negative effects. At the very least, he couldn't let the succubus reveal her sinister plan in front of everyone. He took a deep breath and quickly walked forward. Forcing out a smile, he lowered his voice and said, "Your Excellency, can I explain this matter to you in private after we return? Please rest assured, I guarantee that I can give you a satisfactory answer." Satisfactory? Andre's lips curled up slightly, his eyes full of ridicule. "Are you sure you can satisfy me?" "Of course. I swear that I will satisfy you." Uhtred nodded without hesitation. At the same time, he took out a few parchment scrolls from his bosom and handed them over when no one was paying attention. Andre opened them in his hands. They were all level 5 arcane spells. One of them was the malicious transformation that he had just used. The other 4 were Command Spell Death Cloud spell creates a deadly poisonous gas, instantly killing all creatures within range that don't have a strong enough vitality. Those that are strong enough will also have to bear the damage caused by the poisonous gas until they are poisoned to death or the poisonous gas dissipates. Mental Weakening spell forcibly reduces the target's intelligence and charm to the lowest, which is 1 point. The effect lasts forever. Spying Magic Eyes randomly creates 1 to 4 floating magic eyes to scout for you. You can create 1 more for every spellcasting level. Recognizing the value of these 5 magic scrolls, a trace of imperceptible surprise flashed across his face. He deliberately pretended to think for a while, and finally reluctantly nodded. "All right, seeing that you did your best in tonight's battle, I will give you another chance. However, you seem to have forgotten something, right?" Uhtred sighed helplessly and explained with a wry smile, "I know what you are referring to, but unfortunately, I'm afraid I can't take out that contract because it is already in the hands of the god of vengeance, Werner." Andre didn't completely believe these words. He continued probing. "That is to say, apart from the contents of the contract, you don't have any other backup plans?" "Sir, please think carefully. If I still had backup plans, how could I let her transform into a demon in front of everyone? I admit that I have indeed used some shady methods, but I can swear that all of this is definitely not directed at you." In order to make Andre believe his words, Uhtred had completely thrown caution to the wind. He understood that if he offended the other few people, it would still be fine. At most, he would only have a death grudge. However, if he offended this scheming young man in front of him, not to mention keeping his current position, whether he could even survive was another matter. However, this sinister and cunning old mage didn't know that in fact, in Andre's heart, he was already a dead man. No matter how he explained or how he tried to curry favor with him, it would be of no use. Staring at the urgency and sincerity revealed in the other party's eyes, Andre smiled. He slowly stretched out a finger and gently shook it, saying, "No, dear Uhtred, I am afraid that you have made a mistake. I don't care at all who you are targeting, and I don't care about the methods you have used. What I care about is whether you have violated my rights and whether you have violated my bottom line. Unfortunately, you have not neglected any of the above 2 points. Tell me, what should I do with you now?" Although his face had maintained a faint smile from beginning to end, and there was no trace of anger at all, as these words left his mouth, everyone in the surroundings instantly felt a bone-piercing chill. Chapter 6:25. In particular, Kent, who had just lost a few fingers, immediately exchanged glances with Grace. They could see deep fear and dread in each other's eyes. Anyone who wasn't a fool could see that Andre was using this as a pretext to make a fuss. Taking advantage of Uhtred's weakness, he unhesitatingly forced him into a dead end. As long as he had the slightest intention of resisting, he would most likely be mercilessly dealt with. What kind of superiors were the most revered by their subordinates? They weren't those who looked incomparably vicious, madly cursing at everyone all day long, relying on brutality and cold-bloodedness to consolidate their position. They weren't selfish, completely self-centered, and never considered the feelings of others. They weren't ambitious people who treated their subordinates like cattle or horses. On the contrary, they were those who usually appeared to be very fair, never favoring any side, and were principled but were a little temperamental and would turn hostile at any moment. They were the ones who would easily make their subordinates feel both respect and fear. Without a doubt, Andre's performance so far was in line with the third type. It must be known that he was standing on Uhtred's side before the battle, pushing David into the embrace of the Grim Reaper. However, as soon as the battle ended, he immediately made a 180-degree turn. The speed at which he turned hostile was fast, his attitude was firm, and his timing was precise. No one would believe that he didn't have a plan beforehand. Facing a superior who couldn't see through his thoughts, any subordinate would have reason to feel fear. After all, The next unlucky one might be themselves. A strange and solemn atmosphere quickly spread through the cave filled with corpses. Apart from Carmen, who had been rejoicing in others' misfortune, the other three all had solemn expressions, although they knew that ShadowNet was a huge intelligence organization when they chose to join, and that the higher-ups were all monsters. After experiencing it personally today, they discovered that they were too naive in the past. They actually wanted to obtain benefits from a net weaver. They were simply tired of living. As a veteran who was immersed in schemes and deceit all day long, Uhtred wasn't an idiot to think that this matter could be easily brushed aside. His entire back was soaked in sweat in a short few seconds. At the same time, his gaze towards the succubus was filled with undisguised hatred, as if he couldn't wait to cut her into pieces. For a long time, the members of the ShadowNet, who had always been very loosely managed in the Sardinia region, finally felt a long-lost tremble at this moment. They couldn't help but recall the half-elf webweaver from many years ago that they didn't even dare to resist. His methods were almost exactly the same, his style of doing things was almost the same, and that faint smile on his face. Humans were a race that was very good at forgetting, especially those things that they didn't like. They would often choose to dilute it with time and finally abandon it in an unknown corner of their memory. However, very few people knew that these discarded memories would not be completely forgotten with the passage of time. Instead, they would become more and more profound under the baptism of time. Once a certain time arrived, they would immediately be activated. At that time, an indescribable feeling would arise from the bottom of their hearts. The fear would become more and more fearful, and the embarrassment would become more and more embarrassing. Noticing the mixture of fear and awe on everyone's faces, Andre knew that what he had done had finally worked. They were no longer afraid of his identity as a webweaver, but of himself. In an instant, Andre felt a strong sense of satisfaction in his heart. No wonder someone said that fighting with others was a source of endless joy. Perhaps using force to conquer a country was easy, but conquering a person's consciousness of resistance was very difficult. However, he had done it today, and he had done it quite well. Now, there was only one last step left. That was to use blood and death to leave a deep impression on everyone present. A nightmare that could never be erased. Thinking of this, Andre slightly raised his head, an incomparably strange smile appearing on his face. He said to the extremely nervous Uhtred, "I'm sorry, I just reconsidered it, and finally decided not to listen to your explanation. You must know that your actions have caused the death of 2 members. If I don't do something, it will be difficult to convince the others. In order to ensure the unity and stability of the organization, please die." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly pulled out the rapier hanging at his waist, and with lightning speed, directly pierced the other party's jaw. Although Uhtred didn't expect Andre to kill him, as a mage who wasn't weak, he had long been prepared for this. The emerald ring on his finger immediately released a dazzling light, followed by a formless energy field that quickly formed a wall blocking the fatal strike. A 5th rank spell, Force Wall. The timing of your use is just right, as expected of a veteran with rich battle experience. But it's a pity that if you don't have a second defensive spell, you won't be able to change your fate of imminent death. Discovering that the rapier had been blocked by the formless energy field, Andre didn't continue to attack. Instead, he put away his weapon, as if waiting for something. The next second, a touch of light suddenly appeared in the shadows. It was a phenomenon caused by the reflection of the moonlight from a polished metal. Uhtred only felt that his eyes were dazzled, and he subconsciously used his hand to block it. Then, pooh! Then, there was no then. Portia, who had been lurking for a long time, raised her dagger and accurately pierced the opponent's heart. To ensure that there were no accidents, she even added a stab to the neck. Looking at the blood gushing out from the wound, Uhtred only felt colder and colder, and his eyelids became heavier and heavier. Finally, with a plop, he fell to the ground with his face facing the sky, completely losing his life. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that he would finally die in the hands of a thief, and die so easily and cheaply. Ha ha! Did you see that? I actually killed a powerful mage. Portia didn't think that she could kill Uhtred with a single sneak attack, and she shouted excitedly. She had just seen with her own eyes how terrifying this old mage was, especially with the combination of stone skin and fire shield. He had almost killed a high-level warrior. If not for the disruption of the magical weapon, the battle would have ended long ago. That's right, you've killed a mage. To be precise, a mage with less than 10% of his combat strength left. All right, don't just be happy. Search him for everything he has on him. Remember to be careful and don't touch anything. There might be a curse or a trap on some item. After saying that, Andre raised his hand and intimately flicked the forehead of the big-breasted lowly. Humph, I don't need you to remind me. This is my field of expertise. Portia curled her lips and quickly crouched down to search the corpse. It could be seen from her shining eyes that she was in an extremely good mood. Chapter 626. No, no, no. Damn it. Look at what you've done. Shock. Unconcealable shock. After realizing that Uhtred had died, Carmen, who was flying in the air, immediately let out an ear-piercing scream. She seemed to have gone mad as she directly dived in the direction of Andre. This was because she had already felt an extremely powerful gravitational force beginning to form around her. Without asking, she knew that it was the repulsion from the material world. According to the contents of the magic contract, it wouldn't be long before she would be forcibly sent back to the dark abyss by this force. As a demon who worshipped evil and chaos, why did she do her best to help Uhtred complete his plot? Wasn't it to stay in the material world, unscrupulously enjoying her lust and collecting the souls of mortals? But now, with Uhtred's death, everything had turned into bubbles. As everyone knew, demons wouldn't really die even if they were killed in the material world. At most, they would be expelled for 100 years. Carmen clearly thought that since she was going to be expelled anyway, she might as well vent the anger in her heart. If she could leave a mark on Andre's body, that would be even better. Looking at the succubus baring her fangs and brandishing her claws, Andre chuckled and shook his head, sighing, "Hee, demons are always so impulsive. They obviously have good intelligence, but they just like to rely on their strength to act recklessly." After saying that, he quickly began to chant an incantation. His 10 nimble fingers flew up and down. Just when the sharp claws were less than 10 centimeters away from his eyes, he suddenly raised his hand and pointed. In an instant, a spherical defensive field wrapped around Carmen, who had sunk into madness. No matter how she scratched with her cold claws, she couldn't break through the seemingly thin layer of magic energy shield. At this moment, she was like a wild beast trapped in a cage. Although she was still very dangerous, she couldn't cause any harm. Andre admired the succubus' exquisite curves with great interest, using a playful tone to tease her. "Dear lady, I think it's better for you to calm down and accept reality." After all, this was a famous level, 4 arcane spell, Elastic Magic Ball. Although it was a defensive spell, it could completely isolate the person being protected from the outside world. Before you were expelled from the material world, you definitely wouldn't be able to break it in time. Also, don't try to use teleportation spells. No matter how you teleport, the Elastic Magic Ball will follow you like a shadow. Give up. Let's sit down and talk calmly. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll summon you again through a magic ritual. After clearly hearing the use of this magic, Carmen quickly calmed down, her eyes revealing a complicated expression. After a few seconds, she said, You are even more amazing than Uhtred. You actually thought of using a defensive magic to trap me, and then wait for the material world's repulsive force to expel me back to the abyss. If it were him, he would most likely try to escape. Hee hee, using the appropriate magic in the appropriate place is what a mage should do. I don't think it's that amazing. Moreover, no one has ever stipulated that defensive magic must be used to defend against attacks. Similarly, it's not like offensive magic can't be used for defense. There's no such thing as absolute in this world. Judging the situation, grasping the opponent's weakness, and launching a fatal attack is enough. As for you, lady, your biggest weakness is time. I only need to delay for a few minutes, and all the threats will naturally be easily resolved. As a transmigrator who came from the era of information explosion, Andre was never a person with old-fashioned views, no matter if it was in his previous life or in this life. Moreover, he wouldn't suffer any mental restrictions. He liked to invent and create, and was also very willing to accept new things. Therefore, he had a sudden inspiration and thought of using defensive magic to trap the irrational succubus. It had to be said that this move was full of originality. In the tens of thousands of years of magic development in Oroire, no one had ever thought that magic could be used so casually and so flexibly. Perhaps in the eyes of many diehards, this could simply be called a deviation from the norm. However, Carmen clearly didn't care about this. As the repulsive force became stronger and stronger, she knew that she didn't have much time left. She immediately took a deep breath and asked softly, "Say it, what do I have to do for you to agree to summon me back?" "It's very simple. My request is only 4 words: absolute obedience. No misinterpretation, no bargaining." Andre didn't even think before putting forward his request. In fact, from the very beginning, he didn't intend to do anything to this succubus in front of him. Instead, he wanted to use her talent to sow discord and infiltrate the underground guild, creating contradictions and conflicts. But who would have thought that just after Uhtred's death, it would suddenly trigger a series of chain reactions? This was the power of the magic contract. At the same time, it was also the contract's witness fulfilling his obligations. Unless one had the ability to contend with it, there was no way to interfere with the expulsion process. Through the previous probing, Andre already knew that the contract's witness was the god of vengeance, Werner, although this god was only a weak god, and was in the middle to lower levels among the gods. No matter what, he was still a genuine god. He didn't think that he had the ability to contend against a true god. Of course, as the saying went, when a door closed, a window would often open in another place. Perhaps Andre couldn't stop the contract from being fulfilled, but he could choose to bypass the contract and carry out the summoning again. After all, he was now a level 9 mage who had grasped level 5 arcane spells. He could use a magic ritual to open a portal to the bottomless abyss. Absolute obedience. Carmen didn't expect that the conditions would be so harsh. The expression on her face suddenly became ugly. It should be known that demons were the symbol of chaos. They hated being bound by all kinds of rules the most. They were the natural enemies of order. So very few demons were willing to sign a magic contract unless they were forced to. Andre pursed his lips and deliberately pretended not to see Carmen's eyes full of disgust. He smiled and nodded. "That's right. Absolute obedience. Considering your performance this evening, I think this rule is very necessary. Look at poor Uhtred. At least half of his death is your responsibility. If it wasn't for the desire in your heart that went out of control, his private actions wouldn't have been exposed. If he wasn't exposed, I wouldn't have a reason to settle the score. In order to ensure that I won't have such a day, you can either agree to the conditions just now or return to your hometown in the abyss. There is absolutely no third choice." Chapter 627. Hearing these words that left no room for negotiation, Carmen immediately glanced at the headless corpse from the corner of her eye and fell into deep thought. There was no doubt that if she agreed to this condition, it would mean that she would never be able to use the loophole to escape from the control of the contract. But if she didn't agree, the chances of being summoned to the material world would be zero. The bottomless abyss wasn't Orire. The number of intelligent races in the latter might not exceed 20 million, while the number of demons in the former was uncountable. It was said that at the front lines of the war between the demons and devils, the number of demons dying every day was in the hundreds of millions. Every time a caster made a non-directional summon, it was like winning the lottery for the demons that were bitterly waiting for an opportunity. It was already considered lucky if they could win it once in their lifetime. As for the second time, they wouldn't even think about it. Carmen didn't want to return to the bottomless abyss. For a succubus at her level, there were countless demons in the abyss that were stronger than her. Apart from enduring the ravages of the demons day and night, the slightest carelessness would cause her to instantly turn into a rain of blood and minced meat. Demons were famous for being unpredictable. They might be talking and laughing with you one second, but the next second, they would attack you crazily like a lunatic. The reason might be that they didn't like your accent. That's right. According to the standards of Earth, every demon was an out-and-out mental patient. Even as a lunatic, Carmen wasn't willing to stay with her own kind. On the contrary, the material world was more attractive to her because she could rely on her own ability to summon the wind and summon the rain. Here, she could taste delicious souls and even the taste of power. No one was willing to go back to begging on the streets after a sumptuous banquet, and no one could let others control their own fate after enjoying controlling the fate of others. As time passed, the power from the contract grew stronger and stronger. Carmen could already feel her lower body gradually becoming transparent and void. At most, she would be completely expelled in a minute. In the end, she made a bold decision. Her originally solemn expression instantly turned into a blooming rose. Her smile looked so beautiful and stunning. Young human mage, I agree to your conditions, and I'm willing to give you my soon-to-be-born daughter as a gift. But you have to promise me one thing, and that is to give me enough freedom and help me one day for free. A daughter that's about to be born? Andre raised his eyebrows in surprise and immediately shifted his gaze to her flat stomach. He couldn't believe that there was another little life inside the succubus's body. It had to be known that most demons were transformed from the fallen souls of mortals. Their initial form was an ugly worm with a human face, and then they evolved to a higher level step by step. Although they also had amazing reproductive abilities, the number of offspring born through mating was pitifully small. Succubi, in particular, were rarely willing to get pregnant because giving birth meant danger. Most of the time, they would adjust their menstrual cycle to avoid such a situation. As for giving his daughter as a gift, Andre did not find it strange at all. This was because demons had no such thing as kinship. In their eyes, offspring were nothing more than tools, slaves, or some kind of currency that could be used to exchange for souls. Many female succubi would directly sell their children to slave merchants. Is it strange? In fact, I've been pregnant with her for a long time, and I'll give birth in a few days at most. If you don't want to miss out on a cute little succubus, then you'd better hurry up. Otherwise, she'll be snatched away by some powerful demons soon after she's born. After saying that, Carmen lightly stretched out a finger and tapped his lower abdomen. Her originally flat stomach suddenly began to swell, and in the blink of an eye, it had swelled several times. It was obvious that she had used some kind of spell to hide her pregnancy. It was probably some kind of self-protection method. After all, demons did not have the tradition of respecting the old, loving the young, and protecting pregnant women. If a demon found out that another demon was pregnant, the biggest possibility was not to help, but to launch a fatal blow when the other party was at their weakest. Feeling the weak heartbeat of the fetus in the mother's body, Andre suddenly seemed to understand why the other party wanted to stay in the material world. After weighing the pros and cons, he nodded slightly. All right, you can retain the right to move freely as long as you don't violate my orders. But you have to promise not to reveal your true appearance unless you have my permission. Deal. Carmen agreed immediately and did not attempt to continue bargaining. Only the parts of her body above her neck were still flesh and blood, so she could not wait to complete the deal. Very well. You can tell me your name now. Of course, you should know that I'm referring to the demon. Andre also understood that now was not the time to talk nonsense, and directly asked about the parts needed for the summoning ritual. Ulrika Kralik, Martha Levins. Remember, you have to be quick. Don't let me wait too long. A series of incomprehensible abyssal words were blurted out, and a cold crack appeared behind Carmen. Her entire body was pulled in by an unknown force, and she disappeared without a trace. Without a doubt, she had finally been completely expelled from the material world and returned to her home. Looking at the harsh natural environment on the other side of the crack, Andre could not help but show a hint of playfulness. He muttered to himself, "Don't worry. Although I can feel that you have some ulterior motives, I'll still fulfill my end of the bargain. After all, observing the birth of a demon up close is a rare opportunity. To a mage, knowledge was power, knowledge was life, and knowledge was the key to unlocking the truth of the universe." Although he had read many books about demons, most of them described their appearance, species, and evil deeds. There was almost no information about their physiology, and there was not a single word about their reproduction process. Now that there was such a ready-made material, Andre felt that it would be a pity to miss it. Moreover, the members of the Shadow Web were either dead or injured. It was the time when they needed the destructive power of the succubi. In any case, the succubi themselves were not the type to recklessly create massacres. They were more than willing to attach themselves to the side of the strong and become qualified advisors, planners, bed partners, and lovers. Of course, the prerequisite was that one had to be prepared for betrayal and betrayal at any time. Chapter 628. Andre was a transmigrator who wouldn't trust anyone. Since there was no trust, he naturally wasn't afraid of betrayal and betrayal, which was why he dared to try to control the succubus. In the history of Orire, there had never been a lack of spellcasters who wanted to make the succubi submit to them, but the end result was usually not too good. Some fell into the succubi's gentle trap, and eventually slowly lost their vigilance and became the opponent's chess piece. Others were killed by the people closest to them, because they were tempted by the succubi's beauty and committed an irreparable mistake. Andre wasn't the first person to try this, and he wouldn't be the last either. The only difference was that he was a bit of a clean freak in some aspects. He didn't have any physical desire for the succubi, who had already slept with countless men. Compared to those scheming and licentious women, he preferred relatively naive and pure women or gentle and considerate women. The crack in the plane only existed for half a minute before it completely closed. If it wasn't for the thin layer of ice covering the corpses on the ground, no one would believe that a crack leading to the bottomless abyss had opened here not long ago. Seeing that the last threat had disappeared, Andre waved at the siblings hiding in the bushes in the distance and shouted, "Mabel! Fiona! Come over. It's safe now. Come and help me treat the wounded. If these guys don't get treatment soon, they'll die from excessive blood loss." "Wait a moment. I'll be right there." Mabel, who had long been unable to contain her excitement, hurriedly came out from behind the tree and ran straight towards the cave entrance. Her sister Fiona followed closely behind, and within a few minutes they arrived at the battlefield full of severed limbs. He first glanced at the hellish scene around him, then took a deep breath and muttered to himself, "Oh, my God, this is just like the slaughterhouse in Valen City's market." Slaughterhouse? Huh. The description is correct. This is indeed a slaughterhouse. It's just that the market slaughters domestic animals, while the ones slaughtering here are humans. I want you to keep this in your mind. Sam is very strong, but he is far from the strongest. The world we live in is incomparably dangerous, and there are many monsters like him. If you don't want to be slaughtered like the corpses on the ground one day, then do your best to become stronger. Only the strong can obtain the right to control their own fate. You have the necessary talent to become a powerhouse. At the same time, you also have good luck. Don't let them slip away from you. Having said that, Andre patted the young man's shoulder to encourage him and walked towards Kent. He could feel that after personally witnessing the power of a high-ranked warrior, something within Mabel's body had quietly awakened. As long as she trained properly, she would quickly become an outstanding warrior. A scholar once said that humans were a very lazy race, but at the same time, they were also the most adaptable race. In a relatively comfortable and prosperous environment, they could enjoy a life of luxury without any qualms. However, when faced with a desperate situation, they could explode with a potential that would shock even the gods. It was this contradictory nature that allowed humans to gradually replace the glorious civilization created by the elves and dwarves, becoming the new masters of Orire. Mabel had already witnessed the extent of the warrior's strength. That also meant that he had a benchmark in his heart that he could measure. It was a target that he could constantly chase after. He no longer had any hesitation. All he had to do was to continue walking down this path. After a short conversation, the brother and sister began to treat several unconscious wounded people. Although Fiona's priest level was only 1, she could still save lives at this critical moment. In just a few minutes, the fat sorcerer and Teresa were pulled back from the brink of death. Looking at their slightly clumsy appearance, Andre smiled and shook his head. He turned around and looked at the 2 trembling people kneeling in front of him. After a full minute, he opened his mouth and said, "Get up, you don't have to be afraid of me, and you don't have to kneel on the ground and pretend to be pitiful. Uhtred's ending was his own fault, and David's death was due to his stupidity. For the organization, no matter if it was an ambitious person who tried to usurp power or an idiot who committed unforgivable mistakes, they were all targets that must be cleaned up. But you are different. You have good abilities and are also very loyal. Although you have a little ambition, it is far from exceeding the limit of tolerance. Now tell me, are you willing to offer your loyalty and contribute all your strength to the next plan?" "Honorable sir, if my answer is no, will you kill me?" Kent raised his head and asked with a bitter smile. Tonight's fierce battle had given him too much shock. His self-confidence had been seriously damaged, and his mind was still blank. "What do you think?" Andre didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked a question back. But as long as one wasn't an idiot, one could feel a faint killing intent from his silver pupils. Grace's perception had always been very sharp. She immediately took a deep breath, crawled down without hesitation, and kissed Andre's boots. "Your Excellency, no, Master, from now on, you are my supreme master. I will dedicate my loyalty to the organization to you. You are very decisive and have a keen sense of smell that surpasses ordinary people. This is good, very good. I hate idiots who overestimate themselves, and I like subordinates who know how to judge the situation. Now get up, I accept your loyalty." Saying this, Andre stretched out his right hand and helped the bald pirate queen up. "Thank you for your generosity and benevolence. Please rest assured, I will not let you down." Perhaps because she knew that she was out of danger, Grace suddenly became much calmer. She hurriedly put one hand on her chest and bowed deeply, then stood silently to the side. Kent looked at his former ally in disbelief. His expression was as if he couldn't believe that the other party didn't even say anything and directly chose to abandon him and stand on the same side. Hee, your friend has already made her choice. Now it should be your turn. Andre urged with a smile while fiddling with the staff in his hand. He was very clear that if he wanted to tame this ferocious sea wolf, he had to completely defeat it in terms of momentum. This way, after dealing with Francis, he could firmly grasp the huge pirate fleet in his hands. Chapter 629. I'm also willing. After saying, I 3 times in a row, Kent gave in. His face was full of decadence and bitterness. Although he forced out a smile, it was uglier than crying because he didn't want to die yet. Seeing that the most important chess piece was finally in his hands, Andre immediately laughed heartily. Ha ha ha! Great. Please rise, dear Captain Seawolf. Please believe me, you won't regret the choice you made today. At most half a month later, each of you will receive a huge reward. Reward? What reward? Is there a share for me? Portia, who had just finished plundering the spoils of war, suddenly popped out from behind and playfully blinked her eyes. She was holding a bunch of messy things in her arms. Among them, there was a book inlaid with gold that was the most conspicuous. It was obvious that it was Uhtred's magic book. As for the rest, most of them were related to magic. For example, there was an emerald ring, a dark red old belt, a dark blue crystal pendant, a box used to store arcane scrolls, a few bottles of brightly colored potions, and 2 heavy greatswords on his back. It must be known that, for a halfling who was less than a meter tall, the greatsword used by Sam could be called a giant's weapon. Andre completely couldn't understand how this little guy was able to carry those things on his back. However, as a smart person, he didn't intend to waste too much energy on insignificant things. He only smiled and shrugged his shoulders, teasing, "You are really greedy. Don't worry. Even if I forget anyone, I won't forget you. Tell me, what do you want in return?" Hee, I haven't thought about it yet, but it must be enough of a surprise. At the very least, it must be a magic item. Portia's eyes narrowed into arcs as she requested with a mischievous smile. Andre didn't care about the halfling thief's insatiable greed. He even pointed at the things she was holding and said, "Magic item? If it is a magic item, I can satisfy your request right now. Look at this crystal pendant. It can increase the wearer's physique and endurance. If you are not satisfied, this night vision belt is also not bad. Even in a completely dark environment, it can allow the wearer to see as far and as clearly as during the day. Of course, if you are still not satisfied, then I can recommend this emerald ring to you. It stores a rank 5 arcane spell, Force Wall. It can be used once a day. I believe you have already seen the power of this spell with your own eyes, haven't you? As for the rest, they are basically not suitable for you. The magic book and the scroll box can only be used by mages. It's best not to touch these potions before you identify them. Those 2 heavy greatswords are good stuff. One of them can release a strong acid as long as it hits the target, burning the enemy's hands. The other one has a bleeding attribute. Once it cuts, the wound won't heal normally. It's a pity that with your size and strength, just dragging it around is already very strenuous. It's better to leave it for Mabel. Without much effort, Andre easily identified the effects and attributes of each of the spoils of war. For the current him, he didn't need to use magic to identify low-level magic items. Moreover, with the complete recovery of his strength, he could completely create higher-level equipment. Therefore, he didn't really care about these ordinary goods. Compared to the magic items, Andre was more concerned about the number of arcane spells recorded in Uhtred's magic book that he hadn't mastered. Ever since he killed the Shadow Mage and obtained his magic book, he gradually became addicted to killing his opponents and plundering their magic books. To a certain extent, this was equivalent to killing the enemy and then thoroughly integrating the knowledge and ideas accumulated by the enemy into one's mind. Not only could it greatly increase one's strength, but it could also give one a lot of inspiration. Hearing that there were actually 3 magic equipment for her to choose from, Portia's eyes immediately lit up. She muttered to herself, "Wow, wow, wow. I've really hit the jackpot this time. Which one should I choose?" What a blissful headache. Although she really wanted to pocket all the amulets, rings, and belts, according to the customs of the southern regions, if they obtained precious items in the course of an adventure or battle, each person in the group could only choose 1 item at most. She didn't want to break the rules. Seeing the struggle and hesitation on the big-breasted Loli's face, Andre couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. He didn't give any suggestions, but instead picked up the magic book inlaid with golden edges and carefully observed the magic traps hidden in the decorative lines. Magic books were equivalent to a second life for mages. They would often apply their highest level of traps or curses in them to prevent anyone from prying into them. Even their blood relatives were no exception. Many idiots who didn't understand the danger would try to use brute force to pry open the magic book. The outcome could be imagined. However, Andre obviously wasn't one of those idiots. He still had Ulysses' magic book on him and would take it out to study it when he had the time. Thus, his attainments in the field of traps had long since surpassed mages of the same level. What's more, compared to the superb skills of powerful necromancers, Uhtred could only be considered barely passable. After a short few minutes, Andre discovered a line of small characters that constantly changed colors between the spine of the book. Without any hesitation, he directly cast a rank 3 arcane spell, Dispel Magic. In an instant, a dazzling white light flashed, and the originally tightly shut book let out a gotcha sound. Soon after, the entire book automatically opened, and the pages flipped quickly. After the last page was flipped, it closed with a bang. Without a doubt, the trap in this magic book had been dispelled. Now, anyone could flip through it without worrying about being harmed by the traps attached to the pages. Stroking the cover of the book and feeling the magic energy contained within, the corners of Andre's mouth rose slightly. He sneered and said sarcastically, "What a sinister and callous bastard." He actually used the Death Cloud spell to protect his own magic book. If anyone tries to open this book without knowing, I'm afraid that all living things within a dozen meters will be killed. Rank 5 Magic. Death Cloud spell. The advanced version of the Rank 2 Stinking Cloud spell. It was a true killing weapon. Professionals below Rank 5 would immediately die if they inhaled even a little bit of it. Ordinary civilians didn't even need to mention. It could absolutely be said that they would die if they came in contact with it. Even if they held their breath, it would be useless. Using this magic as a defensive trap for the magic book could simply be called deranged. It wasn't only aimed at people who tried to open the book, but also intended to kill everyone who approached the book, regardless of age, gender, or purpose. It was better to kill the wrong person than to let them go. Chapter 630. It was very clear that the trap Uhtred had set in the spellbook made Andre even more certain that his decision to kill was correct. If he continued to let this old guy who didn't care about human lives do as he pleased, who knew what he would do? Perhaps half of Valen City's residents would die after seizing control of the Sardinia Islands. Andre's goal was to integrate the resources of this region to the greatest extent without harming his foundation, making preparations for the upcoming battle against the Loretta Botons. He didn't intend to take over a mess where the people's lives had withered. Opening the first page of the spellbook, the first thing he saw wasn't magic, nor was it about understanding the body. Instead, it was a very interesting passage. When the sun rose, I was still in darkness, without a trace of light in my heart. I was a shadow, a bat in the night sky, and in the end, I could only accompany the darkness. I gave up my conscience and bottom line, and could no longer feel any warmth. All that was left was the pursuit of power and authority. I gradually became cold and cruel. I felt empty, lonely, and abandoned by the entire world. However, I couldn't find anyone to talk to, and could only sink deeper and deeper into the dark abyss. In the end, my heart died, and only a monster ruled by desire was left alive. Uhtred Alicorn. What is this? Is it to commemorate his lost humanity, or is it to lament his own transformation? I really don't know what kind of feelings he would have when he opened the spell book every day and saw these contents at first glance. Perhaps compared to a mage, he's more suited to be a sentimental poet. Andre hadn't expected that the seemingly cold-blooded Uhtred would actually hide such a sentimental side. These words were clearly written when he still had a conscience. Just like the saying goes, no one is a bad person from birth. Their upbringing, experience, education, conflicts of interest, and so on all made many people have no choice but to make a difficult choice. Should they carve the word noble on their epitaph, or use their conscience to exchange for a despicable pass? There was no doubt that Uhtred, like most people, chose the latter. Writing down these words was probably just a subconscious action. There were many things that people would only feel precious after losing them. Only then would they lament that they didn't cherish them when they had them. This was a special psychological effect. Many people would have similar thoughts like, "It's best if you can't get it." Forcibly stopping his uncontrollable imagination, Andre quickly flipped through the spells recorded at the back. After a short while, he had a rough understanding of them. As a veteran who had immersed himself in the world of magic for many years, in addition to the fact that ShadowNet was backed by a terrifying legendary wizard, Uhtred had mastered a large number of arcane spells. It was far from what a small spellcasters organization like the Linton City Wizards Association could compare to. In particular, he had a lot of ancillary spells such as item location, thought detection, tapping, feather fall, and glib speech, which made up for his shortcomings in that regard. After all, the mages of Orire were not half-baked mages who only knew how to kill and destroy in the game. Before they chose to fight, they would often use all kinds of methods to investigate, mislead, and even create a conflict or murder to determine the strength of the enemy. When they were sure that they had a 100% chance of winning, they would show themselves. This was one of the reasons why mages were revered. Once they appeared, it was likely to mean the end. Just as Andre was about to start researching new spells, Kent, who had been waiting at the side, could not help but cough. "Cough, Your Excellency. Although I don't want to disturb you, it's already close to midnight. If you don't have any other orders, please allow me to take my leave and start some backup plans. Perhaps you still don't know, but earlier today, the pirate King Francis had officially given the order to set off early tomorrow morning for a decisive battle with the Linton City fleet." "Oh, be more specific. Why did he suddenly make up his mind?" Upon hearing that the Pirate Alliance was finally going to take action, Andre immediately closed the spellbook and asked in surprise. In his opinion, although Bakarov City was at a disadvantage, they were far from being at the end of their rope. Looking at the current situation, it was obviously not the best time to launch a fatal sneak attack. He believed that the Pirate King, with his shrewd eyes, would know this. Speaking of this matter, we still have to thank the dead David. If he hadn't forced Francis into a corner in front of all the captains, I'm afraid we would have to wait a few more days. Also, I noticed that the woman who had been by Francis' side a few days ago had suddenly disappeared. Perhaps they had reached some agreement. In one breath, Kent recounted everything that had happened at the pirate assembly. He just wanted to find a place to calm down, so he didn't need anyone to ask. He just revealed everything he knew. Your Excellency, there's one more thing you need to pay attention to. That is the impact of David's death on the entire plan. He was idolized by countless young pirates. We had originally planned to use his influence to attract more people to join the ranks of overthrowing Francis, but I'm afraid that won't work now. What's worse is that when we set off tomorrow, if David doesn't make a public appearance, his subordinates are likely to lose control. Grace also stood up to add on, and at the same time secretly expressed goodwill to Kent. She knew very well how much of a negative impact her actions had on the relationship between the two of them. In order to ensure that they wouldn't become enemies in the future, it was better to ease things as much as possible. Kent wasn't a fool. He naturally understood that Grace was trying to reconcile. He immediately raised his head and glanced at her, his eyes full of complex emotions. After a while, he sighed slightly. Ah, that's right. David's death is very troublesome. I want to go back early to see if I can pacify his subordinates. Looking at the slightly awkward expressions of the two, André felt a little proud in his heart. It was because he had personally made these two close allies estranged. Otherwise, how could he be at ease letting them control such a large pirate fleet in the future? The so-called checks and balances were to create conflicts and divide the subordinates into at least two groups. Only then would the superior feel at ease. It was never easy to control subordinates. In his previous life, although André had been a high-ranking executive for a period of time, this was the first time he had really played with power. It should be known that as a high-ranking executive, no matter how powerful his subordinates were, the most they would lose was their position. But now, he was in charge of an evil organization. His subordinates were ruthless characters who killed without batting an eyelid. Once there was a betrayal, he might lose his life. How could he not be cautious? Chapter 6:31. However, in order to ensure that Kent and Grace would never reconcile, André decided to add another layer of insurance. Since that's the case, the two of you can go back now and accept David's inheritance. As for the trouble caused by his death, I happen to have a solution. Saying so, he picked out a pink magical potion from the spoils. This is a secondary transformation potion. Drink it, and you'll immediately transform into anyone you've met. The effect lasts for 12 hours. I think it won't be a problem for you to get through tomorrow. Following the announcement of the potion's effects, the atmosphere between Kent and Grace, which had just eased a little, suddenly became tense. They looked at each other warily. They all understood that whoever could get their hands on this bottle of potion would be able to quickly expand their strength and leave the other person far behind. Clearly, there was a clear conflict of interest between the two. Unless one of them was willing to back out, a competition was inevitable. Perhaps Grace didn't want to fall out with her former ally, but she cared more about her own interests. Thus, she quickly weighed the pros and cons in her mind and immediately stepped forward before Kent could make a decision. Sir, I happen to have someone who is very familiar with David. He can play the role of David well. Please give this task to me. No, I'm the one who knows David the best. Many of his subordinates used to be crew members on the Sea Wolf, so I'm the most suitable candidate. Kent stepped forward, unwilling to be outdone, and fought for his own interests without backing down. Once again, it was proven that all personal friendships and agreements were as fragile as paper in the face of benefits. They could be broken with a light poke. Seeing that the two were about to clash, the corners of André's mouth curled up slightly. He took out a gold coin from his pocket and said with a smile, "I'm a person who advocates fairness. Since you're so confident in this matter, let's flip a coin to decide. In accordance with the tradition of ladies first, Grace, do you want flowers or leaves first?" The Green Sea Alliance's gold coins were printed with a lily that symbolized unity and happiness on the front and 6 palm leaves on the back. symbolizing the 6 cities that first joined the alliance. Fresh flowers. Grace didn't even think before choosing one of them. Very good. Then Kent will choose leaves. Please pay attention. I'm going to flip the coin now. Andre placed the coin flat on his right thumb and flicked it. The gold coins rolled rapidly under the moonlight. The 2 competitors stared at each other without blinking, afraid to miss any moment. After all, Orire was not Earth, and it was difficult to interfere with the tossing of a coin. Here, only a level 0 spell was needed to silently control whether the coin would land on heads or tails. As long as the spellcaster was willing, he could even make it float in the air and not fall. However, Andre didn't cheat this time. On one hand, he wanted to maintain his fair image. On the other hand, as a superior, he didn't need to participate in the competition between his subordinates unless the balance was broken or someone secretly broke the rules. Under the influence of gravity, the spinning coin quickly rose to the highest point, and then quickly fell to the ground with a ding. Kent, who had been impatient for a long time, was the first to rush forward to take a look. As a result, his face immediately turned abnormally ugly. In stark contrast, Grace had a victorious smile. There was no doubt that the side of the coin with flowers was facing upwards. Andre bent down to pick up the coin and spread his hands with a smile. The results are out. It seems that the goddess of luck favors the lady even more tonight. Congratulations, Grace. Remember, don't let me down, or else. Before he could finish, the pirate queen immediately bowed and solemnly promised, "Please don't worry. If the mission fails, you don't even have to do it yourself. I'll kill myself." Very good. I admire your confidence, but don't speak too confidently. Before the dust settles on anything, there is always the possibility of unexpected situations. Now go back and prepare. The Lincoln Navy is the strongest fleet in the southern seas. Even if it's a sneak attack, it won't be that easy to win. After saying that, Andre handed the magic potion in his hand to the other party. At the same time, he observed Kent's reaction from the corner of his eye. He saw that the famous sea wolf's breathing was rapid, and his eyes were cold. It was obvious that he couldn't accept the fact that he was defeated by a woman. However, he clearly understood that Grace had chosen her side earlier than he had, and was also more decisive. Thus, he didn't dare to speak ill of her like before, and could only grit his teeth. Grace purposely pretended not to see Kent's ferocious gaze, and carefully put the potion away. She smiled and bowed, then turned and walked back towards Valen City. She knew that she would never be able to reach an agreement with him, so she didn't even bother to put on any pretense. Kent left right after the pirate queen left. He wasn't willing to give up all the benefits, and tried to rope in some of David's subordinates before the other party made a move. Watching the 2 figures disappear into the night, Andre immediately turned his head and asked the halfling thief in a helpless tone, "My dear Borsha, it's been 10 minutes since just now. Haven't you made a choice yet?" "Damn it! Don't rush me. This is a magic item. I have to seriously consider which one is most suitable for me." The big-breasted lowly stomped her feet in irritation, the 2 disproportionate peaks in front of her chest rising and falling uncontrollably, forming an alluring scene. Of course, because she was too focused, she didn't realize this at all and was still competing with the magic item. Even though Andre's desire for women wasn't that strong, he had still been abstinent for 3 months. Moreover, his body was in the puberty period when hormones were secreted the most. Thus, a strong physiological urge arose. It was a good thing that his willpower had always been good. He quickly took a few deep breaths and controlled his rising desire. In order to not embarrass himself in front of his friends, he quickly entered the cave alone and used the night vision provided by his fire elemental bloodline to explore the depths. Andre hadn't forgotten one of the most important goals of this trip, which was to rescue the swindler Jesperat. He hoped that this fellow hadn't died from the torture after more than 10 hours of torture. Chapter 632. Dark, damp, dull, and without any light. The entire cave was like most of the natural caves in the south, giving people a very oppressive feeling. Due to the large amount of moisture in the air, breathing was more difficult than outside. With the help of the fire element bloodline, Andre carefully avoided the few obvious pits on the ground. At the same time, he moved as lightly as possible, trying not to disturb the bats above his head. After about 30 meters or so, he suddenly saw an orange light at the corner in front of him. Without any hesitation, he immediately quickened his pace and stuck close to the uneven wall to look inside. He saw that in a circular space about 60 square meters, there were several burning braziers, dispelling the darkness and dampness in the cave. Near the corner, there were a lot of daily necessities, including simple wooden beds, quilts, iron pots, barbecue grills, and so on. A few concave logs were arranged at a 45-degree angle, leading the spring water dripping from the side of the cave to a stone trough. It seemed that they were there for the daily drinking water. Further inside, there was a row of weapon racks filled with all kinds of strange cold weapons, from the tall horse-slaying sword to the small and exquisite iron finger sheath. There were almost all kinds of weapons. The wooden dummy, at the side, also had 2 sets of armor hanging on its body. It was obvious that these things were well taken care of. Even in such a damp environment, they were not rusty at all. On the contrary, they were shining. Obviously, someone had been wiping them with grease. Quiet. Very, very quiet. Except for the occasional crackling sound made by the wood burning in the braziers, there was not even the sound of breathing. As an excellent hunter, Andre could clearly feel that there was something strange in the air. Therefore, he did not choose to approach it recklessly. Instead, he cast a level 0 spell, Illuminate on a stone. Instantly, the plain stone emitted a soft white light, which was almost as bright as a low-wattage energy-saving light bulb. He took the stone and threw it into the depths of the cave. Just as the glowing white stone drew a parabola in the air and was about to fall to the ground, a huge black shadow suddenly jumped out of the darkness and pounced on the stone. It pounced and bit on the stone, and at the same time, it let out a chilling growl. With the help of the weak light, Andre saw the real face of the black shadow. It was a strong and beautiful black panther without a single strand of hair on its body. This kind of big cat was definitely a master of ambushing. No wonder there was no sound at all. If it were not for the smell of wild animals, Andre would have been knocked to the ground. However, this black panther wore a hard leather collar around its neck, and a thick iron chain was attached to the back of the collar. The other end was bound to a huge stalagmite, and there was no need to ask to know that it was captured and used as a guard. God knew how long it had been hungry. Its 2 eyes were full of desire for food. If it were not for the short length of the iron chain, it would have pounced on Andre and eaten him. Looking at the wild eyes of the black panther, Andre immediately knew that this was a pure wild animal and was not domesticated. The dark color of its fur indicated that it had been in a half-starved state for a long time and had not been exposed to the sun. Its health was really worrying. Behind the black panther, there was a very narrow tunnel that could barely allow an adult to pass through. From the obvious traces on both sides, it was easy to tell that this was not a natural tunnel, but a man-made one. Well, it seems that if I want to move on, I have to deal with a hungry panther first. Seeing that the black panther was blocking his only way, Andre shrugged, helplessly. He picked up a hemp rope from the corner and began to prepare a spell. He was not the druid Nina, who had the ability to communicate with animals. Moreover, this panther was about to go crazy from hunger. Even if he communicated with it, it might not be useful. He might as well cut the Gordian knot. Of course, cutting the problem did not mean killing. Andre did not intend to kill this beautiful big cat. As a visitor from Earth, he still had some thoughts of protecting the environment and wild animals in his mind. Unless he was forced by life or his life was threatened, he would never take the initiative to harm a wild animal that was not a threat. As the incantation echoed in the cave, the hemp rope immediately came to life like a snake, swaying left and right on the ground. The Black Panther obviously noticed this. It immediately arched its back, opened its bloody mouth, and let out a threatening roar. Its sharp claws scratched the ground, leaving dents in the ground. Seeing the big cat's nervous appearance, Andre could not help but smile and comfort it. "Relax, buddy. This is good for both you and me." After saying that, he raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The rope controlled by the spell instantly rose into the air. In the blink of an eye, the Black Panther was tied up tightly. No matter how it struggled, it was useless. Rank 1 Transformation Arcane spell, Animated Rope. It could make a rope come to life and listen to the spellcaster's orders. If used properly, it could even defeat enemies much stronger than the caster. Andre had learned this spell long ago. However, because the way it was tied up always reminded him of some erotic scenes, he had never used it. He did not want to be mistaken for a pervert. Now that he was using it on a wild animal, he did not need to worry too much. Roar! Roar! Seeing that it was unable to break free from the rope, the panther could only open its mouth and roar loudly. Its voice was filled with fear and pleading. "All right, stop crying like a ghost and howling like a wolf. Don't worry, I won't kill you. In fact, I'll let you go." As Andre spoke, he quickly approached the Black Panther. He directly took out a dagger and cut off the leather collar on the Black Panther's neck. Perhaps because it felt that the human in front of it did not have any hostility, the Black Panther's tensed muscles gradually relaxed. Its 2 large yellow eyes revealed a trace of curiosity. At the same time, it raised its tail and wagged it gently, as if trying to curry favor. Animals were mostly simple and sensitive. If you were friendly to them, they would naturally not be fierce to you. Especially after the collar on its neck that restricted its movements disappeared, the big cat felt the long-awaited freedom. Its attitude instantly changed 180 degrees. Seeing that the Black Panther was gradually becoming docile, Andre immediately squatted down and gently stroked its head. He muttered to himself, "Good boy, lie here obediently for a while. When I come back, I'll untie you." Although the big cat had already shown a friendly side, he still did not dare to rashly untie the rope. God knows if this guy would go crazy from hunger and bite him when it got up. Chapter 633. Woo, woo. Seeing that Andre was about to get up and leave, the Black Panther was anxious. It quickly opened its mouth and bit on his clothes, whining. Its eyes kept looking at the dried meat hanging on the wall. Its intention couldn't be more obvious. "Haha, seeing that you're also a foodie, I'll give you a hand." The big cat's appearance aroused Andre's childishness. He pulled the dried meat from the rope and sent it to its mouth. The hungry panther didn't say anything. It opened its mouth and wolfed down the meat. In just a few minutes, it had stuffed all the dried meat into its stomach. It then burped and licked its teeth with great satisfaction. It was like a lazy house cat without any ferocity that a wild beast should have, stroking its smooth and soft fur. Andre suddenly felt that this panther seemed to be a little too smart. It seemed to be able to understand the surface's common language. In order to confirm this, he held up the Black Panther's huge head and tried to ask, "Big cat, can you understand what I'm saying? If you can, blink your eyes." Woo, 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 woo. The Black Panther obviously understood. Not only did it blink its eyes, but it also kept nodding, as if it wanted to say something. But unfortunately, Its cries were completely useless. Andre didn't have the ability of a druid or ranger to understand animals, nor did he have a level 8 orc language certificate. He could only smile helplessly at these sounds of different lengths. It would be strange if he could understand them. After howling for a long time, the panther finally understood that the human in front of it couldn't understand its language. It immediately lowered its head dejectedly, revealing a very hurt look. It really couldn't help but laugh. Hee hee, well, it seems that you're also a panther with a story. We'll slowly communicate when we have time in the future. Now tell me, if I untie the rope, will you still attack me? Seeing that the other party could understand the common language, Andre's vigilance was slightly lowered. After all, being able to communicate meant that the big cat had high intelligence and could distinguish between friend and foe. The black panther stretched its neck and licked Andre's palm with its tongue. Then it shook its head gently, its eyes full of pleading. Seeing its pitiful look, Andre couldn't help but laugh and scolded. What a clever ghost. All right, I'll undo it for you. As he spoke, he gently waved his hand. The originally tightly entangled hemp rope was quickly untied and floated less than half a meter away from the big cat. Of course, this was to prevent accidents. If the black panther suddenly attacked, the rope would tie it up again in 5 seconds. However, after the big cat regained its freedom, it did not launch an attack. Instead, it behaved like a naughty child. First, it rolled twice on the ground, then shook off the dust on its body. Finally, it sat down quietly and gently licked its paws, displaying the unique elegance of a big cat. I really couldn't tell that you're actually a gentleman of the animal world. All right, I should call you a lady. Andre glanced at the middle of the leopard's back and didn't find any protrusions, so he changed his words at the last minute. Roar, roar. The black panther understood this sentence and immediately clamped its legs together and growled angrily, as if it was protesting that someone was peeping at its private parts. Unbelievable! Andre had never seen a wild animal that could be so smart. It was almost as smart as an adult. After coming to this world, he had read in some books that the animal companions of rangers and druids, as well as ordinary beasts that had been blessed by nature, could all evolve to a certain extent. However, reading about it in books was one thing, and seeing it with his own eyes was another. After a short period of shock, Andre quickly adjusted his emotions and silently comforted himself. This is a world full of supernatural powers. Even the legendary dragons and giants are real, let alone a smart leopard. Calm down. Calm down. Just as he suppressed his urge to cut it into pieces for research, the big cat, who didn't know anything, came over and tugged at his trousers. Then it turned around and walked into the narrow tunnel. After a few steps, it looked back, indicating that it wanted to lead the way. Is this a different animal's way of repaying a debt of gratitude? Andre felt a little amused by the Black Panther's actions, but he still followed it closely, squeezing into the tunnel that was so narrow that he could only walk sideways. Soon, he came to a dark room that looked like a dungeon. There was no light here, and the air was filled with the thick smell of blood. Relying on his night vision, he saw two people hanging on the wall not far away. The one on the left had no intact skin, especially from the heart to the lower abdomen, which had been cruelly cut open with a sharp weapon. All the skin had been peeled off, and the bloody ribs, muscles, internal organs, and capillaries were completely exposed. The skin from the right foot to the knee was also almost the same. The whole thing looked like a plastic half-dissected model in biology class. From the protruding cellulite on the chest and the naked lower body, one could vaguely tell that she should be a woman who had been cruelly violated and tortured when she was alive. Coupled with the fact that almost all her blood had been drained, she had been dead for at least 10 hours. If it wasn't for the low temperature in the cave, she would have started to rot and smell by now. Roar! Roar! The Black Panther obviously recognized the corpse and quickly ran to it, raising its claws to try to get it down. There were even bursts of sorrowful cries coming from its throat. There was no doubt that this female corpse was most likely its owner. She could have been a druid or a ranger. As for why she was tortured to death, it was still unknown. The other person hanging on the other side was naturally the famous liar, Jesperat. He was not in a good state at the moment. His body and face were full of lacerations from whips. Fortunately, there were no fatal injuries. Although his breathing was slightly tired and weak, it was very stable and long. In addition, there were a lot of torture tools on the table in the middle of the dark room, especially the leather whips stained with black and red coagulated blood. It was a shocking sight. Phew! Andre took a deep breath and slowly walked to the front of the shelf. He took out his mithril machete and cut the iron chain directly. He laid the female corpse flat on the ground and gently stroked the big cat's head. Stop licking. She's dead. Even if you lick her tongue, she can't be resurrected. Accept reality. In a while, we will dig a hole outside and bury her. Woo, woo, woo. Hot tears flowed down the Black Panther's big eyes that were full of spirituality. At the same time, it used its claws to fiddle with the cold right hand of the female corpse. Then it quietly cried in a sad and pitiful way, like a child who had lost its mother. Chapter 634. Some people said that animals knew how to be grateful more than humans. Perhaps Andre would have scoffed at this in the past, but now that he saw the big cat's sad look, he suddenly felt that it was not unreasonable. At least animals did not have as many complicated thoughts as humans, and they would not choose to betray for benefits. They followed their primitive instincts, and whoever was good to them, they would be good to them. Perhaps the Black Panther's howl was too loud, or perhaps the sound of the iron chain being cut had awakened the unconscious Jesse. In short, he slowly opened his eyes and tried to identify the target in the darkness. At the same time, he asked with a trembling voice, "Who is it? Who is there? Please don't torture me. I'm just a worthless pawn, a bait to attract the big fish. I don't know anything." Hearing the liar's fearful pleading, Andre couldn't help but smile and shake his head. He deliberately replied in an aria tone, "Dear Jesse, relax. I'm not here to torture your enemy, but to save your friend. You must know that in order to kill that old man, I've lost more than 300 elites. The outside of the cave is full of corpses. Don't you think you should express your gratitude? You. It's you. Oh, damn it. Damn it. Damn it. You're finally here. God, I thought I was going to die this time. Quick, put me down." More than 10 hours of torture did not damage Jesse's hearing ability. Although he couldn't see anything now, he could still recognize the voice at once. He screamed excitedly, and his whole person was like a madman, desperately struggling, and did not care that his wrists were bloody because of the shackles. But it was no wonder. After all, not everyone could face death and torture calmly, unless they had an extremely strong faith and were willing to sacrifice everything for it. Jesse was a liar who believed in the god of lies and deceit, Keel. For a person like him, not to mention being imprisoned in a pitch-black cave for more than 10 hours, even if there was a knife on his neck, he would be scared to the point of peeing his pants. Not to mention sacrificing for anyone, he was more willing to sacrifice others to save his own life. Andre enjoyed the sight of Jesse struggling with interest, and then said in a half-joking tone, "Be quiet, my friend. I can't cut the shackles with you like this. Also, before I let you down, I want to ask you one more thing. Did you sell any information about me?" Following this sentence, Jesse, who was still twisting his body, suddenly calmed down. His legs that were suspended in midair also began to twitch slightly. Sweat covered his forehead in just a few seconds, and his eyes were so nervous that he didn't even dare to blink. After a full 2 to 3 minutes, he nodded bitterly. Yes, I told him everything I know. There's nothing I can do about it. They're just too scary. They're simply demons, especially that old guy. He cut open the stomach of the lady next to me while she was still alive. If you light the torch, you can see her miserable state. I don't have the guts to say it, so please don't kill me. For someone who had just survived a calamity, there was nothing more terrifying than having to face death again. As a professional swindler, Jesse knew very well what it meant to betray someone who was countless times stronger than him. Therefore, he couldn't help but feel fear from the bottom of his heart. He didn't think that someone who could carry out such an unscrupulous massacre would be kind. He was afraid that he would enter the wolf's den after leaving the tiger's den. You really found a perfect excuse for yourself. But you have to understand that no matter what you do, you have to pay the corresponding price. I can forgive you, and I can also ignore your previous betrayal, but what compensation can you give me? Andre asked playfully. In fact, he didn't expect Jesse to keep the secret from the beginning. He just used him as a bait. The so-called test wasn't to test his loyalty, but to test whether he could survive under harsh conditions. At present, this guy was doing well. Perhaps he was a little embarrassed, but he had successfully saved his life. Of course, Andre wouldn't encourage this kind of behavior that betrayed others to save oneself. He still had to give a warning, otherwise it would become a habit in the future. What he needed was an all-round diplomatic talent who could negotiate, mediate, and even deceive with most forces at any time, any place, and under any circumstances. He wasn't a coward who would change his mind at the slightest danger. However, Jesse didn't know Andre's plan. After hearing that he wouldn't be killed immediately, he instantly collapsed and cried bitterly, "Thank you for your kindness. I understand. From now on, I'm willing to do anything for you." In order to survive, he couldn't care so much at the moment. He betrayed himself without thinking. As for whether he would regret it in the future, that was a matter for the future. Now, he just wanted to escape from this nightmare. Looking at Jesse's collapsed expression in the dark, Andre knew that this guy was really scared. Maybe it left a big psychological shadow. He wouldn't dare to have the thought of betraying for a long time. A satisfied smile quickly appeared on his face. "Very well. I'm very satisfied with your answer. Remember, this is the first time I've forgiven you, and it's also the last time. If there's a second time, I promise that death is just the beginning. You will taste something more terrible than death. Remember, I swear there will never be a next time." Jesse tried his best to show a loyal look. He didn't hesitate to swear. Swear? Ha 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 ha. Forget it. Who knows what will happen in the future? Andre smiled indifferently. He waved his mithril machete and directly cut off the shackles hanging in the air. He wouldn't believe the oath made by a follower of the god of lies and deceit, Keel. He also didn't think that such an oath would come true. The reason was very simple. Keel himself held the clergy of lying. He always encouraged his followers to deceive others. When necessary, he would even provide them with shelter. Mortals who believed in him could get a special ability. If the oath made was not consistent with their inner thoughts, there was a certain chance that the oath would not come true. Compared to an illusory oath, Andre was more willing to believe in the combination of interests and his own controlling means. As long as he could give the other party benefits that they couldn't refuse, coupled with his own powerful strength, this liar would naturally do his best to do everything well. With the sound of the iron chain breaking, Jesse fell down with a plop and just happened to bump into the big cat that was silently crying. Chapter 635. Instantly, the man and the leopard both jumped up in fright, and took a few steps back at the same time. The latter glared with its 2 green eyes and let out a threatening growl, while the former leaned against the stone wall and screamed, "Oh, oh my God! What is this? What kind of monster is this? Help! Help me!" Black leopards were not a native species in the southern subtropical forests and islands, but they were large cats that lived in the northern coniferous forests, mountains, grasslands, deserts, and other cold temperate zones. Therefore, as a southerner, it was normal for jays to not recognize it, especially with those 2 big yellow eyes that were glowing green in the dark. Any normal person would jump up in fright. "Calm down, my friend." If you sense it carefully, you will realize that this lady of the animal kingdom has no intention of attacking you. Otherwise, do you think you would still be alive and screaming? Large cats are the best at sneak attacks and ambushes. They can often pounce on their target and bite off their prey's neck in just a few tenths of a second. So be quiet now. As he spoke, Andre took 2 steps forward and gently stroked the brain's neck, comforting its slightly irritable mood due to excessive sadness. "Damn it, I don't care if it's a lady of the animal kingdom or not. Just keep it away from me." Jays would not let down his guard against a jungle killer that weighed more than 100 kilograms and whose teeth and claws could easily tear through bones, just because of a few words. In order to ensure that he would not be suddenly pounced on and bitten, he quickly distanced himself by more than 5 meters. Sigh, what a boring person who has no taste and doesn't know how to appreciate beautiful things. All right, I'll keep this elegant lady away from you. Andre pretended to sigh helplessly and let the big cat take a few steps back. He did not hide the disdain in his eyes. Although the Orier was filled with all kinds of strange and incredible plants and animals, a black leopard that could understand the common language and could help a lot in battle was a rare breed, no matter how one looked at it. It was believed that if it appeared in Lincoln City, many nobles would be willing to spend a lot of money to buy it as their pet and bodyguard. Nobles' way of thinking was completely different from normal people's. They were willing to spend a lot of money for something they liked. Not to mention other places. Just in the Lincoln City pet market, a pure-blooded adult crawl hound usually sold for about 500 to 1,000 gold coins. They had thick bones and muscles, and their teeth were sharp enough to bite through metal chains as thick as fingers. Their combat power was not much worse than that of warriors below level 3. Almost every rich family would raise 1 or 2 dogs. Not only could they show off when they went out to hunt, but they could also protect the safety of their family and property. Most importantly, these fierce dogs were loyal to their owners and would never betray them. They were deeply loved by the upper class. The intelligence of the Krar hounds wasn't high. To be exact, it was a little low. They couldn't understand complex commands and gestures, and often made jokes about accidentally biting servants to death. But even so, their prices were still high. Think about it. How much was a black leopard that could match 2 or even 3 Krar hounds worth in the eyes of the nobles? Although it wasn't a magical creature, under the training of the former mistress, it had long been able to fight as well as a magical creature. Andre felt that even if it faced an adult winter wolf, the black leopard could at least fight to a draw. Seeing the 2 green eyes of the big cat slowly retreating to the corner, Jess finally let out a sigh of relief. He sat on the ground and said helplessly, "If it's boring, then it's boring. As long as I can keep my life, it's fine. After going through this disaster, I've thought it through. No money, reputation, women, wine, or food in the world is more important than my life. As long as I can keep my life, I'm willing to do anything. Also, if you have any questions, you can ask now. I promise to tell you everything I know." It had to be said that he was very tactful, and at the same time understood where his greatest value lay. Without a doubt, Andre was quite interested in the organization behind Sam. After a moment's consideration, He immediately nodded in agreement. Not a bad suggestion. I happen to have some time as well. Let's talk about their origins. I believe that with your brain, you'll be able to get a lot of useful information out of them in the next 10 or so hours. We'll do it bit by bit. A lot? Huh. You really think highly of me. Jess shook his head with a wry smile. Sorry, these guys are very tight-lipped. I don't know where they're from, nor do I know their goal. I only know that they call themselves the Black Blade, and seem to be searching for something important in Valen City. How many? How many people do they have? How strong are they? Where are they hiding? Andre obviously wasn't satisfied with such a general answer, and immediately pressed on with a frown. Jess spread out his hands helplessly. Unfortunately, I've been whipped ever since I was kidnapped, so I didn't have the energy to pay attention to the details. But from the conversation a few hours ago, there shouldn't be many of them, probably no more than 15. They're all warriors, and the guy who kidnapped me seemed to have an injury on his left ear. There's a very obvious scar on his outer ear. As for their strength, I can only say that they're very strong, but far from that old guy's level. I believe that if you can get rid of that old guy, you can definitely get rid of the others. Hearing these words, the corner of Andre's mouth couldn't help but twitch. The reason he was able to get rid of the Weapon Master Sam was based on the fact that more than 300 elites had been wiped out. If a second one appeared, he'd definitely run as far as he could. At least at the current stage, he didn't have absolute confidence in defeating a killing machine that was above level 15 and had mastered countless powerful combat techniques. Especially since the Black Blade had been collecting the manuscripts of the master swordsman Johannes Richard Turner. This meant that their members could learn the techniques of legendary warriors, making them even harder to deal with than ordinary warriors outside. Judging from Sam's level of swordsmanship, as long as the distance was within 15 meters, the spellcaster wouldn't even have the chance to chant an incantation, apart from instantaneous spells or magical items. All right, although the amount of information is much less than I expected, you've given me another clue, so I can continue to investigate. Now, pick up the corpse on your right. We're leaving. With that, Andre turned around and walked straight towards the entrance of the cave. He'd already gotten what he wanted, and naturally wouldn't continue to linger in this dark, damp, and oppressive place. Chapter 636. Damn it, I'm a wounded person, and I hate carrying corpses. Jesse complained in a low voice and quickly touched the female corpse not far from him. He carried her on his shoulder and followed closely behind. Because there was no light, the eyes of the Black Panther were the markers he used to identify the direction. If he was careless and lost, he might be trapped inside. Well, don't talk so much nonsense. The whip marks on your body are not injuries at all. They will scab in 2 or 3 days at most. Andre looked back at the swindler who was struggling to walk and comforted him. In his view, the whip was never a deadly weapon. Otherwise, it would not be used in torture and punishment. The most terrible thing about whip wounds was not the open wounds, but the symptoms of decay and pus caused by bacterial infection. Coupled with the high fever, it was tantamount to a death sentence in a relatively backward area. However, the wounds on Jesse's body were very shallow, and there were no symptoms of infection. He would be fine after a simple scrub with boiled water. Therefore, other than the fact that the whip consumed a lot of physical strength, he was basically no different from a normal person. 2 people and a panther squeezed through the narrow tunnel and quickly returned to the entrance of the cave. Just as they breathed in the fresh air outside, Jesse was instantly stunned by the bloody scene under the moonlight. Corpses, mutilated corpses, were everywhere. Broken limbs, internal organs, and brains were mixed together, presenting a scene that only appeared in purgatory. Tremble. Fear. He could no longer control his emotions. He knelt down and muttered to himself, "Oh, God, my God, it's terrible. They were all killed by that old guy. How is this possible? Can a mortal do this? Andre took a deep breath of the bloody air and replied with a blank expression. Yes, they were all killed by Sam. In front of a senior professional, the number of people is no longer a factor to determine the outcome. Remember this scene well. They are the price I paid to save you. If one day you choose to betray me, then I promise that this scene will be repeated and it will be even more bloody and cruel. No, it won't. I didn't expect that old guy to be so terrible. You must be even more terrible to be able to kill him. I don't have the guts to betray you. Jesse couldn't help but shudder, his eyes full of fear. He originally thought that the young man in front of him had done something crazy in the Hiccup Dragon Tavern, but today he realized that it was just an appetizer. The more exciting part was yet to come. Humph, I hope you can keep your word. Now, go pick up a weapon, dig a hole here, and bury the body you're carrying. With that said, Andre patted the big cat's head and signaled it to stay. He then walked towards the boulder not far away. After being treated by the siblings, the high-ranking members of the Shadow Web had woken up from their coma. They were lying on the smooth stones to recover their strength. Their faces were pale and bloodless, especially Teresa. The left side of her chest had been pierced through by the giant sword. Blood had dyed her clothes completely red. If it had been just a little bit more, the aorta connected to her heart would have been cut off. At that time, unless there was a senior priest who could use 6th-level divine spells, no one could stop her from dying. Seeing Andre coming from afar, the executioner Herman, who was relatively lightly injured, hurriedly stood up and bowed deeply with one hand on his chest. I'm very sorry, Your Excellency. I've disappointed you tonight. Please punish me. And me, although I'm not reconciled. I have to admit that if it weren't for Your Excellency, we would have been defeated. The fat sorcerer who weighed more than 200 pounds also struggled to sit up and took the initiative to apologize. Elf is right. The enemy this time was a bit beyond our imagination. As the feet of the Shadow Web, we didn't realize that there was such a terrible organization lurking around. So we failed to do our duty. I'll accept whatever punishment you give me. Teresa endured the pain and agreed with a bitter face. In fact, when they said these words, they were ready to face death calmly. One of the main functions of the Shadow Web was the collection and transmission of information. Although they occasionally infiltrated, bribed, roped in, and even subverted the regime, those were all incidental. Intelligence was always the first priority. Once there was a big mistake in intelligence work, the punishment from top to bottom would not be light. Andre suddenly burst into laughter when he saw the three of them looking at him with uneasy eyes. Ha 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 ha! Stupid! I have to say that your stupidity is really beyond my imagination. Do you know why the enemy could lurk around you for decades without being discovered? The reason is simple. It's selfishness. Selfishness without a bottom line. Everyone stared at the pitiful benefits in front of them, guarded against each other, fought against each other, and never shared secrets. What's more, you even summoned a succubus to deal with your own people. I really don't know if I should praise you for being too smart or if your brains have been stuffed with feces. Indeed, with the current performance, each of you should be punished the most severe punishment. But considering that we still need manpower for the next operation, I'll note this down for the time being. After the plan succeeds, I'll settle the score according to your performance. Remember, this is your last chance to atone for your sins. Uhtred has already paid the price for his actions. If any of you want to continue playing tricks, then I don't mind using his head as a warning to his successor. Following the sharp sarcasm and warning, Teresa and the fat warlock elf immediately lowered their heads in shame, listening without a word. They didn't even have the slightest thought of resisting. As for Herman, he kept nodding his head. He was the only one who didn't participate in the internal strife, so his attitude was very calm. In fact, it wasn't that Andre didn't want to take the opportunity to carry out a larger-scale purge, but after the bitter battle, the shadow web had already suffered a huge blow. Not to mention the annihilation of more than 300 elites. Just the deaths of David and Uhtred had caused a serious lack of high-end strength. He could only make do with a warning. After all, the biggest enemies at the moment didn't come from within, but from the underground guilds that ruled Valen City, as well as the pirate alliance that was about to set sail and attack Lincoln City's fleet. Only after dealing with these two enemies would Andre officially carry out the purge, eliminating all uncontrollable factors and turning the Sardinia into his own backyard. Chapter 637. Hearing that they had escaped a calamity for the time being, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time and secretly exchanged glances with each other. Although they were ready to accept their punishment, and had even taken the initiative to admit their guilt, that was only to display an attitude of bravery in taking responsibility, so as to leave a good impression and not die too miserably. Uhtred's death made these unruly fellows suddenly understand that the young web weaver in front of them wasn't as friendly and amiable as he appeared to be. Especially at the critical moment, his murderous aura didn't hold back at all. Coupled with his temperamental personality, they decisively gave up resistance and chose to lay down their arms and surrender, gambling that they still had value and wouldn't be killed immediately. Evidently, their gamble paid off. Not only could Andre not kill any of them, he also had to fully delegate his authority. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to mobilize the Shadow Web's resources. If the Shadow Web's entire underground intelligence system was compared to a giant spider web, then Andre would be the spider's brain, while Herman and the others would be the spider's legs. Once he lost the support of his legs, not only would he be unable to use the web to hunt, he might even be trapped in the web himself. Unless he could find another leg to replace his previous one, he absolutely couldn't act rashly. Thank you for your benevolence, sir. Please rest assured that in the following plan, all of us will definitely discard our former enmity and work together. If any mistakes occur, we won't have the face to continue living even if you don't personally take action. After a brief silence, Teresa was the first to struggle to sit up and express her attitude while clutching her freshly bandaged wound. This was because she knew that after Uhtred's death, the danger of being annexed no longer existed. The power vacuum left behind was enough for everyone to get a share of the pie. Adding to the fact that they were facing a great enemy, there was no longer any meaning in fighting. Elf hurriedly nodded in agreement. That's right. I swear I won't disappoint you again. I've said many times that compared to these empty words, I prefer practical actions. Now go back and prepare. When the pirate fleet leaves the port tomorrow morning, mobilize all of your forces and throw Valen City into complete chaos. The time for the decisive battle is about to arrive, but before that, I plan to warm up the atmosphere with some appetizers. This will also serve as a test for you. After speaking, Andre's signature smile appeared on his face. It was as if he could already see the entire city slowly falling into the abyss. It wouldn't be long before the underground guild lost control of their subordinate guilds. When that time came, countless ambitious fellows would become the first line of cannon fodder to complete the task of diverting attention. As you wish, sir. When night falls tomorrow, I'll definitely let you see a different Valen City. The corners of Teresa's mouth rose slightly, her eyes shining with excitement. As the master of countless spies, she loved these kinds of assassination and sabotage missions the most. Only such missions could show her importance to the greatest extent, so she was eager to give it a try. Hee, it's finally time for me to unleash my power. Just thinking about it makes me excited. I think we should hold a small celebration. For example, How about setting the entire downtown area on fire? Elf was immediately energized at the mention of sabotage and destruction. He was a warlock, and due to the specialty of his profession, he didn't know as many spells as a mage. However, he could cast an insane amount of spells, so he wasn't suited for one-on-one battles. On the contrary, the more people there were, the more chaotic the situation, the more power he could display. If Andre was compared to an all-around tank that could adapt to all kinds of climates and terrains, then Elf would be a heavy cannon. The former had excellent mobility, defensive armor, and firepower, with almost no obvious weaknesses. The latter, on the other hand, only had great firepower. Once he was discovered by the enemy, he would basically be forced to retreat. However, a single shot from his cannon could cause terrifying damage. It was precisely because of this that this poor fatty had been the focus of Sam's attention the moment they'd clashed. He'd lost the ability to fight in just a few minutes, which was truly a bit depressing. Thus, he really wanted to set a fire to vent the depression in his heart. It was obvious that Andre would never agree to such an action. Setting a fire might be easy, but suppressing the spread of the fire was very difficult. If the fire didn't go well, half of Valen City would be gone. There would be no meaning even if they occupied it. Thinking of this, he waved his hand without hesitation. No, no. You can kill, but you can't set a fire. Remember, we want to take over the city in one piece, not destroy it. You understand? Understood. Your orders are the truth. Elf immediately lost his enthusiasm when he heard that he couldn't set a fire. He nodded listlessly and then fell silent. Andre didn't pay attention to the moody fatty and said directly to Executioner Herman, "I have an important mission for you. Find a person with an obvious scar on his left ear. Don't be in a hurry to alert him after you find him. Observe him for a while and find out who he usually communicates with, and report back to me in a timely manner." "No problem. I'll have my subordinates dig him out as soon as possible. Also, if you don't mind, can I ask how you plan on dealing with these corpses? You should know that this place isn't too far from Valen City. If we don't deal with them, they'll be easily discovered." Herman carefully reminded. As an executioner, his responsibility was to eliminate all factors that could lead to the organization being exposed. Therefore, he was especially concerned about this. "I don't know, do you have any good suggestions?" Andre glanced at the scattered corpses and asked back with a frown. Herman shrugged his shoulders indifferently. "My suggestion is for you to give me full authority to deal with this. I guarantee that there won't be any traces of fighting before dawn." Looking at the brawny man's confident eyes, Andre immediately agreed. "All right, then you'll be in charge of cleaning up. Clean up all traces of fighting. However, I have an additional request, and that is to gather all the weapons and armor and hide them in the cave. Can you do that?" "It's a simple mission. I guarantee that I'll finish it before the sun rises." Even though he looked like a burly man, Herman wasn't as simple as he looked. He seemed to know his limits and did his best to do his job well. He didn't ask anything that shouldn't be asked. If it were Kent, he would definitely ask why these weapons and armor were hidden and what they were used for. However, Herman didn't ask a single question and didn't even show the slightest bit of curiosity. Chapter 638. After assigning their respective tasks, Herman, Elf, and Teresa supported each other as they embarked on the path back to their respective strongholds. For them, tonight was a thrilling night. Not only was there the humiliation of being completely defeated by Sam alone, but there was also the opportunity brought about by Uhtred's death. Everyone needed to reconsider their positions and how they should perform next to ensure that their positions would not be shaken or even go one step further. Watching the three of them disappear from his sight, Andre immediately rubbed his eyebrows and slowly relaxed his tense nerves. His high concentration for a long time had caused his brain to overload, especially during the battle just now. If there was even the slightest mistake, it would have led to unpredictable consequences. Now, he had finally reached his limit. A strong feeling of dizziness and nausea welled up in his heart, followed by his vision becoming blurry and clear at times. He looked as if he was drunk and showed signs of unsteady standing. After Mabel, who was standing not far away, noticed this, she immediately ran over and asked with concern, "Buddy, what's wrong with you? Are you hurt anywhere?" "I'm fine. I'm just a little tired," Andre replied with a wave of his hand. As a soul from the era of information explosion, he was very clear about his body's reaction. All of this was caused by the lack of blood supply to the brain, or the lack of oxygen to the brain. It would be alleviated with a few minutes of rest. "Are you sure? Maybe I should let my sister take a look at you. She is now a qualified priestess." Mabel was obviously still a little worried. After all, from the moment he made up his mind to escape from the Sardinia Islands, he had entrusted his and Fiona's lives and future to Andre. Therefore, he would definitely not be happy to see any accidents happen. "There's no need for that. Just help me sit on the rock over there for a while." Andre resisted the discomfort and pointed to a rock not far away. "All right, since you insist." Seeing that Andre's face was getting paler and paler, Mabel did not continue to say anything. She quickly helped him to the rock and sat down. At the same time, she waved at the halfling bandit closest to her. Portia, who was still in a dilemma over which magical item she should choose, immediately ran over with a large pile of loot. She asked with a puzzled expression, "What's going on? Did something happen?" "See for yourself." Mabel smiled bitterly as she glanced at Andre, who was resting with his eyes closed. He didn't think that such a severe adverse reaction was a small matter. He planned to let the most experienced thief in the team see if they needed to take any measures. "Oh, damn it, your face is really ugly." Noticing Andre's pale face, Portia immediately realized the severity of the situation. She pressed 2 fingers on the side of her neck and felt the pulse. After a full minute, she heaved a sigh of relief. There shouldn't be any major problems. Although his pulse is a little weak for the time being, it's slowly returning to normal. It's probably because he's exhausted. It's good that he's fine. Didn't you see that he couldn't even stand properly just now? It was really a little scary. Hearing that he was fine, Mabel's tense emotions finally relaxed. She sat down on a rock and threw the shield and weapon in her hands to the side. Although he didn't participate in the fierce battle from the beginning to the end, he had exhausted a lot of his physical strength. Especially when he had helped to stop the bleeding and bandage the wound, he couldn't help but feel a little tired at this moment. Portia sneered and explained, "Rookie, don't make a fuss. It's normal to be exhausted or even faint after a battle. Usually, you can recover most of your strength after a few minutes of rest. Moreover, the more difficult the enemy is to deal with, the higher the probability of this happening. On one hand, it's because you've exhausted too much of your physical strength. On the other hand, it's because you've overexerted your mental strength. Remember, if you don't want such a day to come, you have to learn how to allocate your physical strength reasonably during a battle. Just like that old man who died. Use every bit of your physical strength at the crucial moment. Only then can you erupt with 200% of your combat strength. Even if you're facing an enemy several times your size, you can still win." "I see." The young man thoughtfully stroked the stubble on his chin and immediately memorized these words in his mind. As a true rookie warrior, he had not had any real combat experience so far. Therefore, he was very willing to accept any form of advice, even if these suggestions contained criticism and discrimination. Although he had personally killed Iron Fist Garrick, whose profession level wasn't low. Not long ago, Mabel knew that it wasn't his own strength, but luck combined with the strength of an ogre after going berserk. He didn't even have a single memory of that time in his mind, let alone the so-called experience. The young man's humble acceptance greatly satisfied Portia's vanity. She immediately lightly kicked the two great swords beside her feet. Here, which old man used these weapons? They're too heavy for ordinary people. They're all yours now. For me, Mabel was shocked. Her eyes widened as she looked at the complicated patterns on the swords, as well as the arcane light that flashed from time to time. Even if he didn't have much experience, he could still recognize that these two weapons were definitely not ordinary goods. That's right. They're for you. Pick them up and try to see if they fit. If they don't fit, I can still help you modify them. After a few minutes of rest, Andre finally opened his eyes. His pale face regained some color as he said with a smile, "Really? Are you sure it's appropriate for me to use magical weapons? I've heard that many powerful magical tools have very high requirements for their users. If they don't meet the requirements, they may be in danger." It could be seen that Mabel was very careful about things that she didn't understand. She wasn't like many adventurers who would lose their minds when they heard about magical tools. They simply didn't care about the consequences and just equipped themselves first. However, Andre appreciated this attitude very much. He patiently explained, "First of all, I want to commend you for your caution. That's right. Compared to ordinary people, magical tools are dangerous and fatal. It's best not to use them rashly before you fully understand all their functions. The reason is very simple. Due to the complexity of the manufacturing process, the higher the level of the magical tool, the easier it is to have flaws and curses. Even worse, it can cause irreparable harm to the user. So before you decide whether to use a magical tool, the first thing you have to do is to identify it.